Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
This place is never gonna last.
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh. I tell my lover not to stop, oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want, I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe, I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Moonlight till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only advice for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want, I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe, I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Moonlight till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars. on a mystic way of life, unsure where we going. Where's the rooftop of our life so we can lay down side by side, facing the sky, watching the stars collide, watching them. Watching the stars collide, watching the
Lord have mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from.
the stairs. You're trying to take your last breath in a room without no air. Pull back the curtains, let the street lights hit the wall. Then maybe you can explain what's been behind that bedroom door. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new. You sank my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I hope it was worth it for you. Turn off the music, I ain't playing anymore. I seeked out what you're hiding, so I'm not keeping score. No, believe me, there ain't nothing to talk about. Ain't nothing you ain't told me before. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new. You sank my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I hope it was worth it for you. I hope it's worth it. Now I'm gone. It's something that you really want. You know the worst was yet to come. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new. You sank my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I hope it was worth it for you. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fuel, but darling, that's nothing new. You sank my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I hope it was worth it for you.
If I could make you stay, if I could make you. I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could not make you stay, I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay, if I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay,
type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
Some time so long ago, I just need somebody to call my own, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 I am waiting. They're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for some love, baby. I am waiting for love. 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 I'm not saying forget all your sorrows. I'm not saying don't look back. I'm not saying act like there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying leave what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 I'm not saying that life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. little? Why don't you live a 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 little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine. Now let's go, don't got no time. Yeah, turn it up, I'ma strut my stuff. You see me walking on the block, can't get enough. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last. never not to stop. Oh.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕的，反要让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶了，比洪水更滔天。势将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda, and we have a show and a half for you guys tonight. We have a hell of a matchup later on in the evening. The first matchup's not too shabby either, but Rob, how are you doing, mate? Back over from LEC. How's things? How's globetrotting going for you?
It's been good. It's been good. Settling back into the LPL. I know I've basically been on like the last I was on like 3 days in a row. And then I'm on today as well. So I'm getting back into LPL very, very quickly. And I'm delighted to be here again for, as you say, some very special games coming up.
Yeah, a warm re-entry. Let's just say that after the LEC guest slots. But let's look at our results from yesterday to start things off. We'll do a bit of housekeeping, get the odd jobs out of the way. So we'll look at yesterday's results to start off. And surprising results, I would say as well. Zone G had been looking real hot coming into yesterday. Then JDG managing to step up and I think surprise a lot of people. And then another huge surprise. Well, surprise to everyone but me in the second series as Weibo Gaming come out strong and completely floored EDG, the best team in the world, which means, Dagda, by transition of property, Weibo Gaming is officially the best team in the world.
That's not how this works much. Wait, they are the unofficial world champions though, right? No, because there was no, actually TT was. We have to figure out. Yeah, we have to go through that because they lost to TT at one stage with that Shogun pick, or maybe whoever it was. But either way, going back into this, LNG now the only undefeated team in the league. So still sitting at 6-0. We'll have to see how long they can keep that streak alive. But you can see a lot of people congregating around that 6-1, 5-1 mark.
Okay, so just to, I'm like not even talking about what's on the screen anymore. The unofficial world champion, just so everyone knows, currently LNG, who are undefeated in the LPL. So as soon as LNG loses a series, someone will snag the unofficial world championship. Let's talk about what's coming up today, though, because we're already getting onto tangents. You already know this is going to be a fun day. TT versus Top Esports to start us off, but look at those standings points. 1 and 6 versus 2 and 4. Yeah. This is not the grand Top Esports that you're used to from previous years. And then we do go into a grand series. RNG up against V5. V5 having stolen RNG's colors will now have to try and match up against their nemesis.
And if they can steal that spot higher up on the table as well, if they knock them down to 6-2, well, you know, that would be a pretty nice start for V5. But we'll have to get into that a little bit later because we have a game in hand to get us started.
Yes, TT versus Top Esports to kick us off here. And I want to jump into that topic that I just briefly mentioned there, in that the standings are not as dissimilar between these two teams as one would imagine coming into the series. When you think of top esports, you think of Knight, you think of Jackulov, you think of these big name superstar players. But so far, it's not been working out this split for top esports. They are 2-4, -5 game difference. But also, they're on a losing streak right now. And TT, obviously, they're at the bottom of the table. It's not been looking fantastic. But they've got 2 new players. They looked better against BLG than I think anyone would have expected. And honestly, I don't think that this is as one-sided as realistically it should be coming into this.
No, especially when top esports are still trying to figure out what their actual standard comp is, right? Like what the players are fielding are. Because we've seen like Wayward, we've seen Zoom, Tien, Xiaopeng, Zhou, Mark. We've even got Qing Tian waiting in the wings as well. Like this is still a team that is very much trying to figure out what it actually wants to do. And I think that's why we're seeing kind of the 3-loss streak and them not looking as confident in a lot of their games. And then as well, you come across the TT, another team that was kind of struggling to get their roster in place. This was kind of the UCAL and Chieftain waiting room. And now that UCAL and Chieftain has shown up, it's not exactly looking the best. They were kind of hoping that this would be a bit more of a splash when these two players arrived. But so far, it's still kind of leaving them in a bit of a miserable puddle.
Yeah, it's kind of like, we've been in the UCAL and Chieftain waiting room, but it was one of those where actually the magazines in the waiting room are pretty good, and they've got Planet Earth on the TV, and then the doctor calls you, and you're like, do I have to? I can just keep watching. I could just hang out here. Like, I want to go back to the waiting room at this point. And part of that is because of this late game that TT keep drafting for. When we look at the TT drafts, it's like, okay, you guys want to scale. I get that. A lot of teams are just scaling right now. But the problem is, Dagda, they don't do anything in the early game. They don't do anything in the mid game. And then they also don't do anything in the late game. So what's the scaling for?
Yeah, there's a lot of issues with TT in that they keep going for these late game comps, but there's like several issues with them trying to actually survive to the late game. One of the big ones is like Chieftain is not actually being able to track the enemy jungler, and it means that he himself and his team are constantly getting caught out by these ganks in the early stages, so they're falling massively far behind before they can even get to their 2.5, 3 out of a spike. The bot lane are making these super high risk, low reward plays, like going for wards when they don't have backup or no vision on where the enemy jungler is, and they end up getting caught out by it. And then their mid game decision making is really poor. We see them trying to trade off of side lanes and maybe try and cross map, but oftentimes they just end up not realizing how strong their opponent is or what their own composition is capable of, and then they completely end up dropping the ball, massively falling behind when it comes to turret trades. You can see here as well, their team fighting isn't that strong either.
Yeah, my biggest gripe, I mean, the next clip we'll just see team fighting against BLG, which in TT's defense, BLG, one of the best team fighting teams in the league, I would say. But one of my biggest gripes is that they draft these late game compositions and then consistently pop Southwind are caught out of position. We keep on seeing in the late game, we've got this 5v5 comp, we've got the scaling elements, we've got the items, but then you don't get the 5v5 because 2 people get caught out and everything just falls apart. And it's like, well, what was the last 35 minutes for if we're just going to walk up mid lane with no vision and die? Like, come on, guys, this is not the hard stuff. Anyway, I'll stop ranting about TT. We're going to talk about their opponents as well, because top esports feel a bit topsy-turvy right now. Like, we're talking about the issues within TT. It's not that dissimilar for top esports. They keep on changing their roster every single weekend. Like, it feels like top esports, I don't want to say it back there, but they're struggling to find their mojo.
I know, and it's a heartbreaking thing to say, and honestly, it feels like they've kind of got 2 different issues with the different squads that they're feeling, and I think a lot of this kind of comes down to the junglers, where when you look at the early game for them, Xiaopeng is this absolute menace in the early game, right? Like, ganking everywhere, giving up his own farm so then he can set up his lanes, and this is kind of feeding into the top esports of old, where they want to like just play for their lanes, and Xiaopeng will help them succeed in their lanes. The big issue comes then when they get to the later portion of the game where Xiaopeng's team fighting isn't as strong, and honestly the shot calling in the mid to late game is really lackluster because they're missing Tien. But when Tien's in, Tien is more focused on kind of the efficient jungle and trying to get his camps all clear, playing kind of, we'll say, the more quote-unquote like standard jungle style, and because of that then the team starts to fall behind because there's very little interaction between lanes. The cross maps in the early game aren't really going their way, But when they then get to the mid game, if they have Tien in, Tien is kind of sitting up and going, hey, look, I can actually carry us through our mid game decision making. The team fighting with Tien is far stronger. I honestly think on the Hecarim, he had a phenomenal job against RNG. So it's kind of this back and forth where it's like, you know, we nearly want to see Xiaopeng come in for the first 15 minutes and then Tien just tags him out and takes over for the rest.
I'm just saying, Relay League of Legends could be a great game mode. I'd definitely be up for watching a tournament like that. You have an early game player and a late game player. I'm down. I'm totally down for that. The one thing I will say is, what if you have a really bad early game? You sub out, the other guy's like, bro, are you serious right now?
Yeah.
I will say, though, I'm curious about how today looks for Top Esports, because once again, they're going to be running that same roster that they ran the other day with Wayward in the top lane, Tien in the jungle, and Mark in that support role. And it feels like, you know, you've got that core of Jackie, and Knight as the carries, but it doesn't feel like they're the ones that are defining the style for this team anymore. It feels like the different pieces that they plug and play are defining how they work as a team. So I'm hoping, since they're being somewhat consistent with this roster comparatively to the last series, I'm hoping that they can build from what we saw last time. And like you're saying, Tien's shot calling during the mid game and the late game certainly is something that they can lean on. It's just about whether or not they can survive those laning phases and have a clean enough game to get to that mid and late game without having a massive deficit.
Yeah, and I think the fact that you're kind of looking at the we say the newer parts of this roster as kind of the big game changers is super interesting, right? Because like Joe being replaced by Mark, I mean, Joe kind of stepped aside. I know he had some issues that he wants to kind of take time to deal with, but when you look towards Mark, right, like even just gameplay wise, Mark is roaming around the map a little bit more than we saw from Joe. Joe was very focused on the 2v2 with Jackie Love, and I think that this is why we're kind of seeing a little bit of an easier time for when Mark is in. Is just like, hey, look, if Knight is not going to move, because realistically Knight's just trying to 1v1 you in the mid lane, having that support you can try and help out in the mid lane matchup is going to be fairly substantial. Then you can also look at seeing, hey, if we've got Tien in, there is actually the opportunities that we can go for these kind of more late game scaling compositions, play for the team fight, where Top Esports can then rely on the fact that they have Jackie Love and Knight as their two big teams.
And it feels like a lot of these substitutions as well have been much more about the environment within the team as opposed to individual. Like, I don't think Zoom was underperforming individually. I don't think Xiaopeng was a bad jungler by any stretch. I feel like these changes have been like, let's shake things up until we figure out a formula that's going to work. TT doing a similar thing, right? Bringing in Chieftain and Yukal, you can see them there stepping onto the stage once more. But it does feel like Chieftain actually had a relatively decent series for himself against BLG. But Yukal had some really rough moments. Like, if you missed the series, there was a few Valkyries into the enemy team and things like this that definitely need to be ironed out. And, you know, it was his first LPL series, so maybe a bit of nerves there. We can certainly give him a pass on that one. But I am going to be watching Yukal closely during this one to see how this new mid lane is going to step up.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue for TT kind of stems from just not being able to track the enemy jungle. A lot of the times they're not working in like support jungle synergy to get vision control, and you'll see it a lot of the times where the pathing from Chieftain is more so to be like, hey look, I can get my own personal advantage, but not copying where the enemy jungle is going to be like going towards top for Mu. And I think of Mu on that Camille game in their last series where he just got completely abandoned. And he ended up falling super far behind, and a lot of that could have been stopped by Chieftain, but unfortunately Chieftain just wasn't sure where he's supposed to be situated. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on Chieftain today to see how well he can track Tien, because certainly Tien is, although we talk about Xiaopeng being kind of the crazy lunatic in the early stages, Tien is still very good at finding these open to look for ganks. And if Chieftain isn't aware of where his Tien is positioned, he will actually have trouble trying to keep his own safe.
I will say, I'm watching Top Esports on our screen right now, and you know, the big concern that seems to have been talked about for Top Esports, certainly over in the Chinese community on Weibo, the big topic is like the vibes within the team. Well, Wayward, Tien, Knight all giggling away as they step onto the stage today. So maybe a sign of good things to come. Right? A sign that some of the camaraderie, maybe like the vibes within the team, hoping start to be resolved. But TT, on the other hand, looking fairly serious coming into today. And I'm hoping that we can get a bit more of an early game performance. Like you're saying, like tracking the enemy jungle better. Just communicating well. Whether or not that's going to happen, we'll have to wait and see. My concern for TT, when you step into this kind of series, is at the end of the day, you're against some really, really strong individual players. Like, mid lane, UCal versus Knight. Like, you got to lean the way of Knight every single day of the week, right? And sure, we've had a support swap over for top esports, but Mark, he's an aggressive support. Jackie Love's an aggressive AD carry. I can imagine this being a solid 2v2 in that bottom lane. So you do have to wonder what TT's game plan is going to be coming into the draft to try and mitigate some of the potential issues in the laning phase.
Yeah, I think for TT, like, their biggest worry is going to be the mid jungle, right? Like, Knight and TN trying to take over from that spot. And the only thing I will say is, like, as we kind of highlighted, look, TN can look for picks relatively early. But one of the thing he's not doing so much is, like, trying to punish maybe someone who's slightly overextended, right? Like, changing a massive amount of his path theme to go and, like, say, solidify bot lane advantages. So in that respect, when we talk about these, like, high risk, low reward plays coming out from the TT bot lane, I don't think TN will punish it a huge amount unless they are coming into today going, look, this is the game plan, right? We're just going to focus on this bot lane, which honestly could be a big decision towards the win, because realistically that bot lane has been struggling massively for TT.
Yeah, that is for sure. And generally speaking, it's towards the late game that they're struggling. But that said, it's not like they've got a stellar laning phase either, right? I feel like this is just one of those conversations, right, where I don't have a huge amount of positives to say about TT, because this is the 17th place team in the league. Like, I don't want to sugarcoat it too much. I just want to be honest about this. Like, at the end of the day, this is the team at the bottom of the standings. We need to see positive things. We need to see improvements for this team. But straight off of the bat, we're seeing a lot of themes here on what we've seen before. That Caitlyn has been banned against top esports 87% of their games so far.
I'm surprised to see the Senna locked in early. I like the top esports bans, right? Like, we talked about them wanting to go late game here for TT. Well, a lot of that bridge to the late game is Chieftain. So Jarvan, Rek'Sai taken off board, making sure that he's not going to be comfortable in that early jungle. TN going to take a strong jungler for himself, and it means that you can go towards things like the Jinx here, right? Get yourself that fine laning phase. You can go towards its Thresh if you want, but certainly when you're kind of eyeing up something like a Senna, Tam Kane for this bottom lane, a Puff and Southwind, you can actually go a little bit more aggressive with your support option, because you don't have to worry about Jinx being like dove early or being struggling too much underneath the tower.
Interesting choice with the Hecarim here. Oh, wait a second. No way is that a lane Hecarim. No. Okay, I'm going to wait until lock-ins happen, but interesting to see the Hecarim with things like the Lee Sin, things like the Xin Zhao still open and available. But who knows where top esports are going with this one at this point.
Yeah.
Is Tom Kench locked in to deny it from Southwind?
Yeah, and now you can still take the Jinx, right? And Jackie Love will have a phenomenal time on that if he wants to go towards it. Jackie Love has also been a big fan of the Aphelios, so you've still got safety on both regards. TT here, I'm curious to see what they're going to go for the jungle. Like, you still have the Xin Zhao, you still have some of these picks that can do well, but you just can't match the early clear from the Hecarim, and it definitely feels like when TN gets Hecarim, because you're running Ghost, going for these super early ganks is really strong. So I'm imagining TT are kind of shaking their boots a bit, thinking, look, we need to try and match this early aggression with the Xin Zhao, but keep our lane safe.
Well, Xin Zhao locked in. Inside top esports, who knows where they're going to go next? Honestly, I feel like AD carry might be a solid choice here, like you mentioned the Jinx earlier on. But it doesn't feel like that's the play right now. It feels like they want to match this Twisted Fate, make sure that they can answer whatever plays around the map UCal wants to make, and it will be that Rise locked in for now.
Yeah, I think they're kind of going right. Chances are Jinx and Aphelios will be banned away here, which obviously isn't the best in the world for Jackie Love, but he's still got enough in the tank, right? Like, he's still got the Ezreal that he can play fairly well with. Jhin has been a big pick for him as well. And even if you want to still have that, like, AD carry, Jackie Love has played the Forest. We've seen it pop off in other regions as well with this more crit-orientated build, so that is definitely an option for Jackie Love in this lane too.
Let me just throw something at you here, Dagda. I'm going to throw something at the wall, see if it sticks. Tom Kench swapped up to top lane instead. Bruiser Tom Kench up top. You just go Jinx and Thresh for the side of top esports.
I would say it if it was in patch 12 too, because Tam Kench got changed where he doesn't have as much healing coming off of the thick skin. And it's now situated where you need to be against 2 people in the lane to actually get full use out of that. So his top lane has definitely gotten a lot weaker, and especially with things like the Jace and these late game scalers, well, the Camille taken off the board now, but certainly the late third game scalers taken away. I don't think we'll see that. We'll have to see exactly what the plan is though. No AD carries banned, so the Jinx still open here, so JackeyLove's just going to take that one for himself. And now you're kind of looking, going, hey, we want something that we can play around in this top half of the map. The Camille taken off the board, the Jack's gone as well. There is an opportunity for a Renekton if you want, but I don't really feel like Renekton's the play that you want to go for here in the top side.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Now, I mentioned this on broadcast the other day. Blitzcrank, real good against Tam Kench support. I'm just saying, it is a lane counter. The Grave's going to be locked in, so that's the blind pick for that top lane. And we'll see if they... I want them to commit to the Blitzcrank so badly. It's so much fun to watch.
Farming Blitzcrank with the Senna as well. Is that really the way you want to go? I mean, it would help with the pick, right? I feel like it's going to be the Karma. The Karma isn't as bad here. We've seen it before. Actually, well, EDG yesterday, where they kind of struggled with the engage with the Karma Sen in the bot lane. Just because you don't have a huge amount of engage coming through. The TF can alleviate that somewhat, but that's a Tryndamere coming in for Wayward. It's just like, cool. We're going to go and match you in the 1-3-1, and we're just going to dominate the Graves matchup in the top lane.
And we've seen this. We've seen the Tryndamere versus Graves matchup.
It's not good.
I'm not going to lie. It ain't pretty. It really ain't pretty. It's a painful matchup to watch, honestly. If you are, a bit sensitive, if you don't like gore, I would avert your eyes, maybe turn the stream off, because it's not going to be pretty. This is a matchup that's incredibly difficult for Graves, and last time we saw it, the Graves went like 0-5-0. We'll see how it's going to pan out. I believe it was Rich playing the Graves, and he got absolutely decimated.
Yeah, by Zika.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, against IG. It was brutal to witness. And Wayward is he's the player that needs to step in here and make a name for himself, right? This is a guy that's relatively fresh. He's on a team with a bunch of legends. He needs to stand out from the crowd if he wants to maintain his position. Because remember, the guy behind him on the roster right now is Zoom. So you're going to have a consistently pretty great performance to maintain your spot on the roster. This matchup will certainly help him do that.
And it feels like this is a matchup where he's going to be playing around quite a bit by TN, right? Like, this for top esports is very much about, hey, we want to try and play through side lanes, have JackeyLove just farm it up in mid, and then we can see if we can play through these strong advantages. But you are looking at the opposite side, like the Twisted Fate going to be there to try and alleviate some of the pressure for Graves' top side. Maybe even try and pick off this Tryndamere early and get Graves into a position where maybe this Tryndamere isn't able to take over as much as we expect.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is one of the things about Tryndamere, right? Ultimately, you can go way too far with this pick. You can dive way too deep and end up getting ruined for it. This is the kind of champion that we'll often see proxying waves and such like. So, Chieftain has a potential opportunity there to try and punish before that level 6 mark. But post 6, it becomes real difficult to ever make anything happen. That said, though, again, we've got Yukal in this mid lane on the Twisted Fate. Plenty of chances to try and get out on the map. But when you lock in that Twisted Fate, immediately we saw the answer come out from top esports, right? This Night Rise coming out in the mid lane. It feels like Yukal's going to have a hard time trying to get out onto the map to influence the side lanes.
Yeah, Rise is incredibly strong against the Twisted Fate, just being able to shove in so effectively. And honestly, maybe this is the game where we start to see a little bit more of those early roams from Night. Like, we talk about him recently not having a huge amount, but back when we were talking about top esports, maybe, I think it was spring 2021, they started doing a little bit more roaming with Night, but Invade coming through for TT here.
Yeah, top esports gonna hang around. They're willing to contest this blue one. It's not actually reset just yet. Southwind the target. I think they thought that top esports had run away, but absolutely not. Now they're on the wrong side of the map. Southwind trying to escape with his life. Pufflow and HP as well. Oh my days, it could not have got any worse for TT to start the game. Puff, 1 HP, nowhere to run. I think he wants an execute, but I'm not sure he's gonna find it. Gets a bit of movement speed, but he's chopped down by the horsey. And top esports already with an almost 1,000 gold lead.
Remember what we said about those high risk, low reward plays, yeah? This is kind of one, right? Like, stealing with blue buff, but the fact that they didn't even ward the bush, like, Southwind just walks directly into everyone here on top esports, and now you are so far behind. Now, this isn't the traditional, like, draft that we see coming through from TT, where they try and play for these, like, late game skaters, right? And the big team fight. This is more of a split push comp, but split push comps don't really like to be behind. And you've given 2 kills over to TN. Any chance you had of Chieftain being able to control this jungle matchup, it's just been tossed out the window.
And also, on top of that, like, you're talking about this being a split push. Oh, no, hang on. Knight's going real aggressive in the mid lane. Chieftain is here, though. Knight in a 1v2 right now. But Chieftain is only level 2. Doesn't actually have the way to kill Knight. Flash away from Knight in the meantime, but nicely done here by Chieftain, at least to answer somewhat. But I don't know why Chieftain is checking the chickens. You're against Hecarim. Of course he's finished chickens at this point. We'll finish off that red buff. Chieftain, you're a level down, mate. You don't have any health. Just go home. Go back to your jungle.
He's a level down, camps down. Like, it's 3:15 and he's just finished Scuttle. Like, but that's his 3rd camp that he's now done. Like, he is so far behind in his clear. Whereas when you look at Tien, right? No, he hasn't done the blue, but he is firing through these jungle camps incredibly quickly. He'll reset now with a massive gold lead and then can look to take over the map. And I like that he's trying to, like, play around this bot side to a certain extent, because, like, you can see here that Puff and Southwind are going to start getting this shove in bot. If Tien is just reset, you can try and play off that shove in bot.
I have to say, I'm struggling to watch this.
Oh
no, there's a catch in the bottom side. So Jackalope getting damage on Southwind here. Good proc from Puff onto 2. He's getting souls for all of these trades, and no, someone is having to be
You're about
used.
to say how positive you were for CT. Go on ahead.
I don't think I was. I really don't think I was. I was saying I'm struggling to watch this. The follow-up statement was going to be, it's not even top esports outplaying them. TT have been outplaying themselves this entire game. Every mistake that's happened, everything that's gone wrong so far, it's been TT initiating it. The invade was them, and then Chieftain, goes into the mid lane, and then follows it up by trying to go into the chickens. He's going to return once more. He wants to make a play in the mid lane. Knight, no flash, remembered, because of the play earlier on. Playing towards that bot side where his jungler is, but the flash gold card is there. Surely a pick here. As Knight low on HP, knocked up and finished off by a card. Yukal grabbing himself a kill.
And that's actually pretty big for TT. Look, whenever about these early mistakes, this is how you start to bring it back. Play through mid, you know that you want Yukal to be opened up on the map. Well, killing Knight at the 5-minute mark means he's going to miss out on a wave. He's going to be a little bit behind on his level 6, whereas Yukal now can shove in. He'll hit the level 6 in about the wave in a bit's time. Should be good with Tien's here.
Yeah, Yukal, you've had an opportunity there, but then he's overpushed. He's overstayed. The gold card will keep him alive. But Tien can stop this wave from crashing now, so Knight can arrive back in that mid lane. Reduce some of the advantage that the original gank got for the side of Yukal.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually pretty big because Knight doesn't lose out on any of that experience, which is pretty crucial, especially as he comes back. So now he can get the push in the mid lane pretty handily. I might actually try and look for some sort of early play. Again, though, like, Tien has gone for the early boots, but we haven't actually seen him trying to, like, make anything happen just yet. It's kind of been a case of, look, cleared through my first farm. Now I want to go and look at this top side. We've got Rise, who's about to hit that level 6. Try and make the plays happen here, because this Tryndamere, if he can get rolling, there's just nothing TT can do to stop that side lane.
I am really curious about this top lane matchup, because I don't know the Graves Tryndamere matchup super well. And it feels like maybe Rich overstepped a few times. I'm curious what the scoreline's going to look like at the end of this laning phase, because New so far actually up in CS, doing a good job of trading effectively. But an invade on this bottom side, Tien moving in, but there are no camps here. So nothing will come of this, aside from maybe just stopping Puff ever returning to that bottom lane. You've got Southwind solo farming as the support, and Puff has to take the long way around here. Blast Cone to make sure he can go via his tier 2. Knows that he's in danger there as Tien his way into the Tri-Brush. Just escape from Southwind, who drops that ward, just maintains a bit of control on this bottom side.
Just to come back to your question, the reason that the Tryndamere matchup works so well is that, like, the way Graves tries to play around the lane, right, is like push you in effectively, try and look for these quick these quick trades where he's got the healing, as you can see there, and it just makes it that he's able to out-sustain you pretty much at every step of the way while having insanely high armor. But the thing about Tryndamere's sustain is just as good, right? He's got the Doran shield, he's going to be able to pop his Q to get that healing back as well. So it makes it really hard for the Graves to actually shove the Tryndamere in the lane. And then when he does get to the later portion of the game, the all-in from Tryndamere is insane. Like, you have a very heavy burst damage coming out from the Graves, but Tryndamere just ignores a lot of that because he's got the ultimate, and his chase down potential being able to slow the Graves and having the dash up more efficiently than the Graves as well means that it's impossible for the Graves to get away, and kind of shuts down what Graves wants to do, because the big thing about the Graves is, look, Graves likes to shove in like this, try and chip away at your turret. He automatically pushes the wave because of his auto attacks, but if you create this long lane for the Tryndamere to chase you down, you're just in a bad spot as Graves.
Yeah, and also just when you're pushing up to that turret, you miss position slightly, that W slow comes down, you're not escaping. There is no way out of that one, and both top laners having Ghost, remember, so the odds of them influencing the rest of the map, pretty low. This is a 1v1 lane up there. They are going to be duking it out for a long time in this one, and so far, New having the advantage. First strike of the game, though, going the way of top esports while we were looking at the top lane. Wayward, not sure if he was going to go for the all-in there. Got the slow for a second, but did not commit in the end.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Once you have level 8, level 9 hits, you're going to be a reasonably good spot to go for the all-in. Honestly, as soon as you kind of hit the ultimate, you're good to go, right? Because you just can't be burst out by New, and it's kind of difficult for New to have a lot of sustained damage because of the kit that Graves has. Like, he's got to look for the reloads, and it gives the time for Wayward to try and play around that.
Arc has moved around the map. Destiny was used here.
Yeah.
I guess just to get back to lane, I would assume at this point. Does Chieftain get spotted? Arc and Knight moving in here. Jackie Love has moved over as well. So this is going to be a full 5v5 at this point in the game. Jackie Love, level 6. Puff still only level 5. So we have an AD carry ultimate on the side of top esports. The TT cannot match. Gold card blocked in for you, Cal, but he won't find a target at least for the time being. Mark steps on up. 2,000 on the Herald. Dagda, we're going to see a 5v5. Wayward goes in, spinning through the enemy team. Has his ultimate available, so he will survive for the time being. Southwind, the first casualty. Chieftain flashes away over the wall, keeps himself alive, but everybody on top esports still going strong. Wayward gets the Herald and a Realm Warp out to safety. Top esports, that was beautiful.
Really well played. And top esports just with the better positioning means they can take the fight. And now you've got the Rift Herald, more kills going their way, and they can teeter on back down to the bot side to catch the wave.
Really nicely done by top esports. And I feel like TES never really properly committing to this, right? Kind of toying with the idea, sparring a bit on the front line, but never actually going in. They wanted their Herald. They knew the objective they were looking for. And I like that restraint.
Yeah, I mean, look, they go in here, but again, like, they're separating out TT, right? New is off against Knight, that's fine, but Wayward's able to stay alive so long, and they've corralled TT into a spot that they just really don't want to be in, where Jackie Love can sit on the back line, get a ton of poke and damage off. You've just got a beefier front line in the Hecarim, because he's already got the Ruby Crystal picked up for himself at that stage. The Tam Kench as well can absorb a bunch of damage. Wayward just doesn't die, so he can take a whole heap as well. It's like really difficult to just chip your way through the front line of top esports in that fight.
And I think crucially as well, when you look at the way that this game is panning out so far, like, there's a huge gold difference between AD carries just because you're running a Senna. Like, Senna does not do well in these early skirmishes, generally speaking, especially 3-6. Whereas Jackie Love already had that Noon Club to work with, already had a gold lead individually just because it's against that Senna. But then, like you're saying, massive front line in the form of TN because, well, you gave him 2 free kills at the start of the game, so yeah, he's going to be massive.
The other one as well.
Behind TN here, looks for an opportunity onto the horse, but that's a real quick horse, so I don't think it's happening.
Well, I think in that fight as well, we saw some of the big mistakes that we see oftentimes when we get Twisted Fates in the LPL. Like, when you are a Twisted Fate, right, you're really good at making picks. They can set up well for team fights, but oftentimes we'll see something like a Galio or the Rise being paired against the Twisted Fate. And both these champions do what the TF does, but just are better in team fights, right? Like, Rise has a ton of AoE damage. He's got that same sort of lockup that he can use. Galio has that big AoE CC whenever he joins into these fights. So you don't really want to be looking for fights whenever you have a Twisted Fate up against these mid laners. You're more looking to go, right, how can we try and cross map, right? Like, if TN is committed to the Rift Herald, right, we're going to use the Destiny to get back down to the bot side, because we know that, say, Knight in this position would have to play towards the Rift Herald. So let's make him play bot. But that's not what we see a lot of the time, and it's a big mistake for TT in this situation.
Got a play coming bot side from Top Esports here, but Chieftain around, looks like Top Esports back away. Their eyes are on the Drake, I think. They were maybe looking for a pick before starting the Drake off, but here, they can just crack on with this one. UCal still in that mid lane. Unless we have a fight, I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think Chieftain will actually pull the trigger on this. I want to talk a little bit about this top lane again, Dagda, because we're getting to the point now where Tryndamere is starting to win out these trades, and Wayward is the one that picked up the Herald. If New leaves that top lane for just a moment, it's gonna be curtains, and now Southwind knocked up, ignited as well, and now just gets gobbled up. It's an easy pickup for Jackulov and this Tom Kench. He used it as an aggressive support. We talked about the top lane. Wayward flashing forward, needs a spinning slash. One more E will do the trick, and Wayward gets the solo kill. He's got a Herald as well to work with. He can even proxy a wave.
And I honestly feel sorry for the top laners that have to go into this situation, because every time you know that it's just coming. This kill is going to happen. And you can even see New, like, grabbing his head, face palming the second it happens. It's the exact same when Rich got killed by Zika. There's just very little that you can do. And now Wayward, sitting here, he saw Chieftain bot side. So cool. He's just going to completely take this tower off of one kill against New.
One kill, and now there's a 2,000 gold difference between the top laners. New was winning in CS. New was winning the lane, but there's nothing you can do. I mean...
Yeah.
What?
Just they last so long. Like, the ult just takes so long, and then the entire time he's wailing on you, he's generating the heal as well. It's just obnoxious to deal against. And now Gale Force completed for Wayward, so actually going instead of away from like the Hull Breaker that we've seen a little bit, and still having that same impact that you can get in team fights from kind of the Tryndamere that we're seeing a lot at Worlds, where you end up going from this and then into like Navori Quick Blades and that kind of stuff. So yeah, New, unfortunately, now that you have no flash, no ghost, and Tryndamere just has more spins to win, it kind of gets a bit hard.
Yeah, it's definitely not getting any easier for New at this point in the game. And crucially, we look at our top lane, massive gold difference in favor of Wayward. With Tian ahead in the jungle, Jackulov ahead. Mark even close as well, and UCal's been caught in that mid lane. Gold card is way too late to do anything, but Chieftain answers the play. Mark is here with the Devour if Tian needs it. And a good rotation here from TT to match the play towards this mid lane from top of these.
Yeah, they just about managed to get there. I'm surprised that they actually managed to get there in time, right? Because when you look at the vision control for TT, it hasn't been there to Mark now. Chieftain.
Chieftain's just getting wailed on by Jackulov and Mark here. One more auto, and Jackulov gets the reset. And now he wants a little more realm warp in from the rest of the squad, as UCal is just chunked through. And Puff will fall as well. He's eradicated. Top Esports, they have no mercy.
Is this where you start singing Carry On My Wayward Son? Because that was a really nice gank just coming in between the two towers, just about able to pick up the kill on the backside. Like, Top Esports, beautiful collapse there. And now you're looking, right? 15 minutes into the game, 2 dragons, a 5,000 gold lead, next dragons in 3 minutes time, and your big carries that you wanted to be situated, right? The Tryndamere for your top side, destroying the matchup. Jackulov is just wailing on Chieftain in this fight, and he picks up his 3rd kill off the back of this play. You've got Knight who's able to just TP in as well with the Realm Warp. Oh, it's all just beautiful.
I love that the fight starts with literally Jackulov just A-clicking and just leaving it. That's good. I'll just stand here and just let Jinx do the rest. The auto attacks will finish it off. Now Wayward is like, you know what? I kind of like that first Herald. I might do that again. Knight getting ganked to the bottom side, though. Maybe an opportunity. Maybe an answer for TT. 2nd time Knight is caught by this Chieftain UCal combo. And at least that's something for TT. That's 2 kills now. Both of them the same situation. UCal with the gold card on tonight. The follow-up from Chieftain. New, not having a fun time in the top lane. He's just not.
This is just, you can't blind pick Graves anymore, especially when you've already got the Rise picked up. Now Tien hovering behind the tower. This could be a little greedy, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think you want to go for this. Wayward hiding in the fog of war, though. You can see Chieftain checking his wolves there. Knows that Wayward is taking.
Oh, I feel like Top Esports are going to fight this. I can feel it in my soul.
Southwind
and Puff hanging around in the mid lane.
Oh,
Tien
God.
coming from behind. Puff, you are not long for this world, my friend. Knocked back and finished off easily by Jackie-Love. And you can see it coming a mile off. And it's just so easy for this Hecarim to just waltz under the towers.
That's 2 towers, right? The top tower just fallen there in for Wayward. Mid lane now going to die to this charge from the Rift Herald. They're just taking over, and Top Esports, like, look at the vision control they've set up in this bot side jungle now as well, right? They are well aware that Dragon's in 5 seconds, and who can test it? Like, anyone on TT face checks and they die. Like, Rise is just getting this bot lane turret as Tien takes the Dragon. This has gotten so far out of control for TT.
Yeah, and this is not slowing down anytime soon, and I kind of want to take a positive here for Top Esports. Yes, they are against the 17th place team in the league. I'm not unaware of that fact. But this is a Top Esports that is being decisive. They know what they want. They know how they're playing. And that is a massive improvement on any series we've seen from TES all split long. Chieftain is just going to get rinsed here by Wayward. Oh my days. There's nothing he can do. And now Nu wants to try and answer. There is no ult available for Wayward, but he's still got flash. Like, he's fine.
Oh, they TP'd in for it and everything, and they won't even get the tower, right? Like, Top Esports had already been on the reset, so you've got to back away here as TT. Tien might even grab him. Oh,
my lord. I just had a heart attack on behalf of Nu. Sorry, I was real worried for him. I'm surprised that Wayward is still on the top side of the map, though, honestly. Like, he's already taken 2 towers. I would expect him to be moved to the bottom side.
you can see a lot of the issues in this, though, that we highlighted from TT at the start of the day, right? Like, falling behind in the early stages, not actually able to get to their late game, and a huge amount of that is, like, the high-risk, high-reward plays that we've seen them go for. Chieftain not really been able to track Tien, and Wayward just getting this counter pick on the top side and getting no attention at all from, honestly, either jungle, but it worked out pretty well on Top Esports because, as you can see, Wayward's already scaling. Navori quick play picked up for himself as well. The chase down potential is at an all-time high for Top Esports.
It is, and Tien just charges across the entire TT squad. He's still full health. Shields now coming out across the squad as well. It's a Dawning Shadow to do a bit of work, but not enough work as Wayward just 2 shots Puff, and now Nu, the next target on the chopping block. Another easy fight for Top Esports as Wayward tanked so many tower shots. It's just too easy.
It's a 10,000 gold lead at the 20-minute mark. Like, that is insane. Top Esports have dismantled.
Oh, no!
You Jesus, where'd he go?
He
Where'd he
literally
go?
got 1 shot. It was like a crit with an E at the same time, and he vanished off the face of the rift.
Like, usually it's pretty good if you hit like the 26-minute mark, right? And you've got like 2 items coming through. We're looking at not even 20 minutes, and you've got Kraken Slayer rapid fire for Jinx. You got the Thimble Winter already completed for Rise. The Vori quick plays for the Tryndamere. And Tien, like, he doesn't care. He can just run underneath these towers because he knows they've just got so much damage that everyone on TT's got to run for the hills.
And I just love it. You know, Wayward is about to complete a 3rd item at 20 minutes. And I just want to reiterate that this is a really expensive build for Tryndamere. And also, you can't make this fight. He started this.
That is even worse than the Valkyries. You don't even have a way out with that one. Why would you think that you can fight the Tryndamere?
I don't know. I really don't know. But, well, it's happened. It has happened. Now we're at the 20-minute mark, so Top Esports are just going to take Barrett. And realistically, they know TT. Even if everyone's here, even if they're full information, there's no universe they can contest this one. I mean, Nu can maybe get the tower in the bottom side.
No, maybe. Yeah, but I actually think they might lose off of that because you've got mid and top pushing in the opponent's favor. Baron up creeps, Puff is dead. Like,
no.
What do you do?
This is what we were talking about at the start of the day. Puff in the late game regularly get caught out of position. just getting punished for it over and over again. Now, the re-engage from TT. Jackulov saved by Mark. Chieftain going to be rooted on the front line. Tien just dives in. He's not afraid of absolutely anything at this point. And Wayward charges forward again. Wayward is a monster on this Tryndamere. Not a singular death and 8 devastating kills against TT. That's going to be game. In under 22 minutes, Top Esports have dismantled Thundertop.
It may not be the turret or the Nexus going down, but this game was long over before the 22-minute mark. And as you say, I mean, Wayward, it's going to be a pretty nice KDA for himself over the last few games, because this one is looking pretty damn clean. And we said already, like, the items coming through like crazy. There's so much available for Top Esports. And even if that fight looked incredibly messy, still no one from Top Esports goes down. Like, you'll see it here, right? Like, Wayward is diving completely solo onto the Nexus turrets as TT look for resets. And the rest of Top Esports just follow up. They're like, yeah, this seems like a great job. Let's dive 3 different turrets at once to see if we can make it happen. And it does. It works. They manage to get the kills because Tien is like, hey, I'm tanky as all hell. I can run in here. It really doesn't matter.
And I love that because this is what Top Esports were. Oh no, this is the thing. Southwest dead. Alright, well, you tried, guys. You tried. Wayward now just going to absolutely annihilate Chieftain. The realm warp in for a little bit more as Puff desperately tries to flee, but there is no escape. Knight sweeps up that kill for himself. And my goodness, we have 4 flawless KDAs across the entire lineup for Top Esports.
Wait, no.
The only person to have died is died.
We have flawless KDAs on the opposite side as well. 030, 060, 050. They're pretty good, you know?
At least it looks clean. We'll give them that. It's a clean game for TT. Good job, guys. Okay, well, that's going to be game. Top Esports. If anyone was wondering whether this one was going to be close, I suggested that maybe this was closer than the names would suggest. I was very wrong. This was not close, Dagda. This was an absolute stop.
And there were so many different parts that were just going wrong for TT, right? Like, bot lane going heavily in favor of Jackulov and Mark. You've got the jungle matchup for Tien is dictating the pace of the game entirely, especially off of that early invade. Like, giving the 2 kills across the Hecarim means he can do pretty much nothing in the early stages as Chieftain. And, like, the only reason that we saw these early, like, one early kill going across towards TT was Knight going real aggressive in the early game for no real reason, right? Like, not really respecting Chieftain, and then they punish the initial flash that they burned. But Wayward destroying top. What do you break down here? It was just like, hey, you got diffed across every single lane.
Yeah. And, you know, I want to come out of this and make big sweeping statements and you know, have huge positives to
I mean,
talk
you've
about
never
for
done
Top
that
Esports,
before,
right?
so...
I know. I've never, ever. But, like, the thing is, this game, right from the very word go, was like, okay, Top Esports are just getting stuff for free. I don't even feel like this is Top Esports finding the advantages in the early game. This is TT going, oh, you guys want an advantage? Here you go. We've got it prepared on this silver platter for you. It's like room service from TT. The Top Esports were like, well, I love room service. Room service is delicious. So, you know, it's one of those things where, yes, very positive for Wayward, I will say. He gave him the count pick, and he definitely used that effectively. 20,000 damage done. But overall, we still need to see more from this Top Esports squad. I'm not sure the series against TT is going to shed that much light on their overall level.
But I don't understand why they went for that first invade. Like, so the reasons you go for invader if you have like a insanely strong level. The level 1 from TT is like okay. Like when you compare it to Top Esports, it's a little bit stronger, right? But not like an insane amount stronger. So there's no way that you're just going to outright win it. Then you look towards like, what are you hoping to achieve with the, like, are you trying to split the map? Like, do you want to split the map in favor of Puff and Southwind? Like, maybe they can push in aggressive, but I mean, realistically, you want to be playing towards your top half of the map here, UCal. Like, so you should have invaded top side of the map so you can then stay on the top side and give you a bunch of wiggle room, maybe dive Wayward before he hits level 6, but like, you're now playing towards where you don't want to play. Like, the the part of the map you don't want to be assisting, like, it just doesn't make a huge amount of sense to me. Let alone the fact that it went wrong. Like, the initial decision doesn't even fully make sense to me.
Well, we'll have to see if the decision-making process can be rejigged a little bit coming into the second game of the series. So we're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out if TT have a little bit more left in the canister, or if that's going to be all she wrote for this first series of the day.
When two legends clash, the world baits its breath. For FPX, the disappointment of 2021 caused a groundbreaking shakeup, a deep wound. Although the pieces may be rekindled and different, LWX still lies at its fiery heart. As the newfound leader of this team, he must hold fast to the past glories and reawaken the Phoenix.
Really, as the flight comes through with the box down as well, but FPX are winning the fight. That's the TP advantage. At work, 2 members already dead. Way under turret, Sonic Wave with a huge kick not even needed. And Xiao Lao Wu smashes down onto the bottom lane for FPX to blast them clean.
While old friends departed one by one, FPX were also reinvigorated with new blood of their own. One of the most renowned junglers in the world, Clid, has decided to join the Phoenix. Now going up against the defending world champion in JJ, it will truly be a show of might.
This is the flank with a Sonic Wave kick over the wall. FPX jump on in. Clean on Lee Sin, man. That's what you expect.
Comparatively, EDG are on the highest horse of them all. They not only won the World Championship, but have not missed a beat going into the new season. They have smashed through their opponents one by one and only left heartbreak in their wake. JJ, who carries the faith of Clear Love with him, shows absolute ruthlessness in the jungle. Without him, EDG would shine far less brightly. He will be king of the jungle.
And really get into the nitty-gritty. Yes! A kick play! Solar Flare into the back line as well. EDG has found a pick on top of Cryan.
EDG's Viper, the striking Viper, the world champion, the latter of which is the same as FPX's LWX. This type of competition is thrilling, and there is no doubt that Viper is oh so excited. No matter what happens, both of these championship ADs will do everything they can to become miracle makers.
ADG! And 369 sets it up, but actually couldn't do the damage. And now ADG are back in! Scout is doing it, LPT spinning around, but he can't quite finish the kills off. The curtain call comes through. How the hell did EDG win that?
This match between world champions cannot be understated. One looking to solidify their place as king of the LPL. The other looking to have a fiery resurgence into the season. The fate of this meeting will be path-altering for both of these teams. And when these two titans go at it, the world watches. Our match of the week, FPX versus EDG.
Remember when you ended me? You left with a big smile on your face. In death, there's no guarantees. I'll cheat it just the way you cheated me. Cheated me. Whoa. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. It's a price to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, rational let. Pull the trigger, see what you get. try to struggle free. It's nothing personal, it's you, not me. You, not me. Oh, oh. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. It's supposed to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, Russian roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. Ooh. You had to come in. Ooh. You had to come in. It's supposed to pay. Now it's time to play. You know, pass around, Russian roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. Ooh. You had to come in. Ooh. You had to come in.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope within a chase. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the things as they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you. In the middle of the night. And I don't care about.
我觉得滔博配合可能还需要更加就那种精进一点吧，就可能那种小细节要配合的好一点吧。下场对阵 TT 感觉就我们每条路都对线打好一点吧，然后那种中期运营不失误应该就能拿下。
Why
That's
do we
nice
interview
analysis
Dice?
of League of Legends. He's like, I think if we just win our lanes, we'll win the
Yeah.
game. Which, I mean, he's not wrong, but that's the most top esports interview answer I've
Yeah.
ever seen.
I mean, not surprising the slightest. Like, anytime I hear Knight in an interview, it's the exact same thing. It's just like, yeah, I mean, if I just kill them, we'll just win. It's, you know, if I have more gold and more experience, that'll be it. He was like,
Yeah,
gee, I didn't think about that.
If you kill them, then they're dead for a while. So we can get objectives off of them. Wow. Good stuff. That's good to hear. Anyway, let's look at our MVP for game number 1. In case you missed it, Top Esports have just absolutely bodied TT in game number 1. Wayward especially got the counter pick in that top side, and boy did he know how to use it. And crucially, actually influencing the team fights as well. This ain't your solo queue Tryndamere. This was a team player Tryndamere.
I love how every clip though is just gonna be him chasing down New. Like, it does not matter in the slightest. I just like this is why you can't blind pick Graves anymore. It just isn't a thing, especially if you're able to play 1-3-1 like you can see with Top Esports composition, but even then it doesn't matter. Oh, it's just New twice for breakfast. Chieftain then has to be taken down in a horror as New watches on. He's like, it's like that zombie apocalypse movie. It's like, no, don't go out there. It's not safe. But yeah, then New decided to do it as well. So obviously nobody really getting the memo on TT.
Yeah, don't dead, open inside. And that's exactly what TT did. That last kill on Puff, I don't know, man. Trundamere versus low-level AD carries, it's just... It's not within Twitch's terms of service. That's all I'm going to say. Let's move on. Game number 2 then. What do we want to see from TT? Is there any coming back from this tag? Is it just completely doomed?
So I actually feel bad now because I kind of want to just do the ninth response of be better. Like, don't go and like face check level 1 into top esports jungle. Get some better vision control down in your river so then you can actually spot out where Tien's going to be. Like, Hecarim going to be banned away, so maybe Tien won't have the same kind of run of the mill as he did, but you can see TT were definitely struggling with the engages Tien was providing.
Yeah, it felt like a challenge to say fair. So the Hecarim is gone, but we're sticking with the same bans for top esports. That Rek'Sai ban, that's the second game in a row that we see it. This is a signature pick for Chieftain. This is the pick he made his name. So top esports respecting that, getting rid of the job as well. Zeri gone. Gwen first pick for New here.
So you just take Jace, right? Like, that's it. Just take Jace to answer. You can still take strong jungle matchup for Tien here if you want, with like the Xin Zhao. Or you can prioritize the Jinx if you really want to.
Yep, Jinx also just getting something like Thresh with both Jinx and Aphelios available. But you could also just go for like a Xin Zhao or something yourself if you want to play that style. But that depends on Tien, right? Because prioritizing the Hecarim in game 1 over all of these high priority junglers that we usually see.
So yeah, I think taking the jungle here is probably your best option here is Tien. You know he loves his Viego, but I feel like taking the Xin Zhao is probably your best bet just to stop the MC Hammer comp on the upside, but actually goes towards the Lee Sin. So yeah, so you just end up with the Xin Zhao here to go for the don't touch me, right, with Gwen and Xin Zhao. It's super simple. So I think you just take the Xin Zhao here. You can always take the TF if you want to, or you know, something like the Orianna into that Rise matchup in the mid lane. And you still probably imagine the top esports are going to knock in the Jace here. I think their biggest worry for them is that like they're going to flex the Gwen into the jungle, like we've seen it a little bit in other regions. It doesn't have the strongest of early clears, so maybe it's not your best option, but we'll have to see what the plan is here. Is TT locking their bot lane instead? No jungle to be seen.
Yep, the bottom lane. I mean, I like the Thresh Aphelios as a lock-in. I think it's very safe, right? And, you know, when you said MC Hammer comp, I'm not going to lie, I thought you were talking about both Wayward and Tien having champions with baggy trousers on. We were going in different directions on that one. But the Jace will be locked in the end. His trousers, not so baggy, so doesn't quite work out stylistically. But, you know, I'm not qualified to talk about fashion, so I'm going to move on. Malphite going to be banned away here by top esports.
Yeah, Malphite taken away. So still trying to look and go, hey, so they're considering Gwen a flex. That's why the Malphite is back. They're like, hey, look, maybe this is a Gwen going towards the jungle role for Chieftain, and that's why TT haven't taken it. So I think they're just trying to cover themselves in case this is a bit of a weird one. If not, I think they're totally fine with like giving over the Xin Zhao. I think that's what top esports is saying here. Is like, look, we actually don't care what your jungle matchup is. We have our Lee Sin for Tien. We're totally happy. Just make sure that Wayward is going to be happy in this top side and there's no shenanigans on TT.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to lie. I don't think it matters what's locked in. There's going to be shenanigans on TT. Let's be realistic here. Trindamere going to be banned away as well. Wayward does not want to receive a taste of his own medicine. Thank you very much. We'll be taking that off the board. Ziggs ban. You can expect potentially a second AD carry ban. Maybe get rid of the Jinx, right? It's a bit of a terror later on into the game. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we get something a bit more aggressive than that locked in on this bottom side. There's a lot of early pressure already in this top esports composition.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Vars for Jackie Love, to be perfectly honest. Like, if you want to go for the on-hit build, you still can. Like, you can, but you've got great peel here for top esports with the Lee Sin. You can always take something like a Thresh if you still want. Or sorry, not the Thresh, sorry, the Fiona to provide some of that engage. I mean, you'll lose to the Thresh in the lane phase. Still got a ton of long range, but Off Steve looks like Jackie Love for the moment at least going to take the Senna, so not going to go for that poke instead of Senna TK.
Yep, so the Senna locked in. A bit of late game available to them. And you would imagine that Tahm Kench won't be denied, although again, potential shenanigans could occur. But with a jungler being hovered, you'd assume that Gwen is going towards the top side. Since just very strong right now. Good against the Lee Sin as well.
Yeah, he does have a strong matchup, but doesn't provide that engage tool, right? And that's what's missing on TT side here. Your Thresh doesn't really set that up. The Gwen doesn't. Like, usually when I see these compositions, it's usually with something like a Jhin or a Leon on the bot side to try and set them up. Orianna, good matchup into the Rise to be said, but not actually, again, providing much in the way of engage. So you've got a decent amount of range on top esports side, and good opportunity to try and play 1-3-1 with TT with little opportunities for pick or engages. It seems really difficult for TT to play against top esports comp.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that surprising, is it? It's not that surprising. I'm trying not to be too negative during the draft. This is a new game. This could be really good for TT, but I'm not optimistic. The Orianna going to be there for you, Cal. Certainly a safer pick. It's difficult to Valkyrie in when you're playing Orianna, so fingers crossed you, Cal, will be fine on that one.
Yeah, I love watching these drafts though, because I know me and Jordan differ massively on the supports at the moment. I'm like big fan of like, hey, you know, Janna would fit really well into top esports composition here. And the entire time I've said this conversation with Lyric, he's just like, oh god, no, please, I need engaged champions on the bottom side. The LPL supports cannot play enchanter supports. Don't bring me into this world. So
I will say, that's not quite fair. Some of them can. It's just there's just not many LPL supports that can pull off the enchanters. Because so often we'll see an enchanter locked in, and then they just play it like it's Nautilus anyway, you know? And it doesn't quite work out a lot of the time.
Yeah. So looking at the two comps, both of them actually lack a lot of engage, so I don't think this is going to be a very explosive kind of big heavy team fight game. I think this is going to be more of like, hey, look, can Knight and TN play through their strong mid jungle, play up towards Wayward, who should have a really good control over that top side, and Jackie Love will just kind of provide that another long range artillery for them when he gets to the later portion of the game with Wayward to try and poke down TT while they're trying to get that engage.
See if we can get poking early and set that situation up for themselves. And I want to reiterate the point we started this entire segment off with, and that's the standings right now. Top esports not looking pretty in the standings. This is a really important series for them because this is the low-hanging fruit. I'll be totally honest, this is not a series. Wait, Jaguar was up in the top lane. What's going on? Okay, he's just getting a ward. He's going to reset. I thought we were going to see some lane swaps or something then. Yeah, this is an important series for top esports. They're 2-4 in the standings right now. They need every win that they can get. They need a clean 2-0 here. Game difference will be important when we get towards the end of the split. And, you know, we are moving forwards. We're in week 5 out of 9 right now. We're getting towards the halfway mark. So you do need to start thinking about game difference in a series like this where top esports are going to need to be ticking those boxes if they want to be making it to playoffs.
And at least they've set themselves a good spot off with game number 1, right? Like, that was a very confident win coming over against TT. And now we got to see what they're going to be able to do here coming into game number 2. Mid jungle for them, at least pre-6, is going to be a lot stronger than TT. So maybe there's an opportunity to try and play through that. As we said, and Wayward, I just want to see like vision control set up for him. Like, let this Jace punish as best you can. So probably be something like, hey, Knight will get shoved in the early stages, so maybe TN can sneak in and get a ward, but may not be able to just in the early game.
Time being, TN and Chieftain both going to be starting on this bottom side, so we could see some action in the top lane as Wayward once again, remember, getting that counter pick in the top side. So once more, we're looking at Wayward as the kind of one of the new members of this top esports squad to step up and be a significant member of the team. He did an amazing job of that in game number 1 of this series. He looked pretty decent in the last series as well. So I'm really excited for Wayward as a player. I'm excited to see more of this guy.
Yeah, and already stepping up onto Nu.
Oh, my lord. Oh, Nu. That was a little dangerous. He's okay. Just knocks him away. Gets a lot of damage down, but Nu needs to be cautious.
It needs to be very safe. Not really respecting this early pressure coming through from Wayward, who hits the level 2. And now he's going to be very much on the back foot. And when you're already down behind and you've got more pots in the back for Wayward, he's got the biscuits. Trying to sustain in this lane is going to be really tough. You can already see, though, look at Chieftain. I like this pathing from sneaking in behind the wards.
Doesn't matter about Chieftain. It's all about Tien right now. UCal gets wrecked in the mid lane. That's a bit of revenge for game number 1 from Knight and Tien. And now Chieftain, he went for that sneak around onto Wayward, but Wayward spotted it. He figured it out. He's moved out of position, and now he's trying to look juicy, Dagda. He's trying to look juicy because Tien ain't far away, and Chieftain, I think he realizes they ain't fighting to take.
Yeah, it gives a lot of space. Oh, hang on.
Bottom side, that's a... Oh, they still don't win this trade somehow. Puff is in trouble. Oh, my days. TT, they finally engage, and they still lose the fight.
Yeah, TT, welcome to TK, the upgraded version where you actually can just battle your way back through the laning phase even if you get poor trades, because Tam Kench has so much damage in the early stages. Tien now spotting out Chieftain, giving him the L thumbs up as he roams back, because you know for a fact that Chieftain wants to try and fix this.
Jekyll has to flash, actually. Ignite, take it away. They finally get the 2v2, and Mark is in the wrong spot as well. Flash going to be used there. I'm not sure how long on Graviton, but it's there. It's ticking. It's available. If they can find the Q, it's going to drop off. Don't get it in time, but even still, a 2v2 kill for Puff and Southwind.
They're very close to getting them, but with the thick skin, they decide to back it up. Tien now just getting into the mid lane to give Knight this shove so he can go for a reset of... Actually, no, he's already reset, so just kind of saying hello and then moving on. Going to look for some vision control in the spot side jungle, but we'll see it here. Good hook from Southwind, but I honestly don't know why Jacula was there, right? Like, just stand behind Mark. Mark can tank that up for you, no problem, and you can get away. But now Tien trying to come in to punish with Nice. Oh, TT.
Yeah, this is bad news, Bears. It's level 4 as the roam comes down from Knight on the rise. Tien sets it up. Puff low on HP. One more hit will do the trick, but Tien's actually going to go down for his trouble here. Southwind does survive. A little bit closer than I think Top Esports would have wanted. Going 1-for-1 in that trade. Now New takes a bit of damage from Wayward. Chieftain up in the top side, but he's on a ward. So Wayward should be fine.
Tien going down is a bit unfortunate, but the kill did go to Southwind. So all in all, 2 kills now for Nice. When you want to kind of create this mid lane with the... Oh, hang on, Nice.
Bit of a heavy trade in that mid lane, but UCal's out of mana, so I don't think it will turn realistically. But Knight just returning to that mid lane. Remember, he's now 9 CS down because of this roam, because of trying to get out onto the map. He has sacrificed his own lane to try and achieve.
Yeah, but it's offset, right, by the gold that he's managed to pick up from the 2 kills. And you can see it there, right? You're looking at about 400 gold lead coming through for Knight. And when you're looking at this mid lane, it's the reason it's really difficult to play this matchup is Orianna taking the summon area can use the command attack to position Knight out of the lane, right? You just can't really push up and shove the wave out. But when you're able to kind of just get these big advantages, you can look to trade far more effectively against UCal, despite the fact that he has the summon area over the phase rush.
I have to say, it's pleasant to see Knight having such a good game after how game number 1
went.
Oh, you got no! Oh, it's the worst thing I've ever seen. I'm not going to lie, UCal, mate. You're not having a good start to your LPL career here, mate.
No. I mean, the Corky Valkyrie's the wrong way. The Destiny's into your death. The flash with nothing there. God, UCal, what? I was about to curse there.
Yeah, it's that kind of situation. It really is that kind of situation. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know. There is no nice way to say it. UCal having a really rough start to his LPL career. But, you know, it happens. Maybe he'll warm up. Maybe it's just a matter of needing a bit of time to get acclimated. We're actually going to have a replay.
Oh,
that feels really mean. That feels really mean, LPL production. I'm not going to lie.
Hey, look, he's putting the L in UCal. You know, that's the way this goes. But yeah, now in the bot side here, matching Chieftain. Really nice from here, from Tien to read the play.
Oh, great route coming out from Jackie Love as well. They might be able to turn this around on Southwind. Tien goes in. Still up 5, so no kick available. Puff charges forward. Red and white here, maybe an opportunity, but they'll back away in the end. It's just a bit of a sparring match between the two teams.
Yeah, so far though, like, so bot lane, very much a back and forth with junglers trying to get involved. Still trying to get involved, actually.
Oh, his mind's telling him no.
Yeah, you gotta, you know the play. You know the play is there. But bot lane is a bit back and forth. Top lane, Wayward should be able to have a little bit of better time as I say that. But New's actually been doing a good job.
Sorry,
yeah, it's okay, it's okay. But New's actually been doing a pretty good job of trading back and forth on this. And Wayward hasn't got the big lead that you'd usually expect. Now, obviously, Chieftain putting a bit of attention there in the early stages did help, but certainly not the most amazing start for Wayward in this matchup. The real winner from all the shenanigans that we've had going on is Knight in this mid lane. And at least when you're looking at like the opportunity to play 1-3-1 for top esports, Knight being ahead is great because he will eventually be able to just like outspar UCal in the side lanes. You can like make roaming plays with Knight towards the rest of your team in the mid and try and outpace TT on the map. But you still need to make sure that you're not falling behind here to top esports as top esports. And they might be Wayward.
Wayward gets flashed on here, has that wall next to him, but no flash available anyway, and it's a good hook from Southwind. Good pickup here by TT, and it's right as Herald's come onto the map as well. Finally, an opportunity for TT to show their quality here. 3-2 on the scoreboard. They're actually up in gold right now, despite how strong Knight is feeling. The loose play in the top side, loose play in the bottom side as well. It's meant for TT have an advantage. They get the Herald for themselves. Maybe a fight off the back of it, but top esports, they've got to be cautious. Surely it's not a fight they want to take.
Yeah, Nice is keeping the Gwen busy in the mid lane, so they're kind of eyeing up. Maybe we can take the 4v4 very quickly, but decide against it in the end. And it does mean that top esports have invested a lot onto that Rift Herald play without really getting anything in return. You can see that bot wave just kind of sitting there by itself. So from TT's side, nice job. And that's what I was about to say, right? Is like, if you end up getting caught out and fall behind here as top esports, you lose the opportunity pretty quickly to try and play sides. And TT can try and look for team fights, and it just relies a lot on UCal getting good shockwaves to start off.
Yeah, bit of a trade between Tien and Chieftain. Tien with the fast fingers there on his little combo, but UCal won't join the fight. And it feels like this is a sparring match, you know? Both of these teams kind of eyeing each other up, but a little more tentative to just go in than what we saw in game number 1. As Tien with a flash kick. Missed his Q though, so it's a little bit botched, but that's a shockwave in from UCal to answer as well. The 2v2 going neutral. Each mid laner getting themselves a kill. Southwind will be fine as Puff is over the wall. Maybe needs to be cautious. I'm not sure if Mark was going to commit to the play there. Wayward now having to back away on the bottom side. Needlework comes through from Nu, but doesn't look like Wayward is scared. I'm not sure what's going on. Wayward, why have you gone that way? If you're afraid of the fight, why are you walking towards the Gwen? What just happened?
This is not a strong mechanics game, is it? Like, so far we've seen a lot of mistakes just be coming through from individuals. Like Tien, he could have burst out Chieftain off the back of that play because he misses the Q, doesn't have the damage, and Orianna gets across, and now topside.
Well, Southwind is doing okay on the mechanics, I will say. Nice little lantern flash there coming out from him, trying to set up for Chieftain. It's not going to work out, but still look kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, again, like, the ability for TT to set up these fights are going to rely on these, like, engages trying to come through from, like, Thresh, trying to set up for Chieftain. But, yeah, I mean, just missing the Q means you don't have the burst damage to follow this up. So you can see there, the Chieftain would already be dead, but because he isn't, Tien gets knocked up, gets the extra damage, and sets up perfectly for UCal with the shockwave.
And you have to wonder, we came into this second game saying, look, we want to see some good stuff from top esports. If the difference is going to be as stark as game number 1, then we need to see good quality gameplay out from top esports game number 2. And we're definitely seeing that from Knight.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that's where the compliments end this game for top esports. It's really not been pretty across the board. As I said, Tien is doing okay, but still not exactly a perfect game coming out from him. Does feel like a lot to be desired here, but a 500 gold lead in the mid lane for Knight. That's all top esports can be singing about right now. Puff has been found though, kicked against the wall. Dawning Shadow is there. Oh, the shield from the lantern at the last possible second. That was clean from Tien though. That's more like it on this Lee Sin. And let's be honest, this guy, he's played 1 or 2 games of Lee Sin before. He's even been referred to by Quickshot as a beauty for his Lee Sin. So
yeah, he even has a skin.
This is not new.
You know? But unfortunately, not quite able to get the kill. Southwind is on fire in this game. Like, really good hooks in the lane, saving people multiple times, trying to set up the plays for TT. Southwind has been an absolute monster this game, but Tien will still get the push back onto TT, set up the first dragon for himself. And again, I kind of want to like come back to your point you're making about Knight, right? Like, even if the rest of top esports aren't having the best of times, Knight can dominate in the side lane. The big issue for top esports is like, you want to have two strong side lanes, right? And although Knight might be one of them, Wayward is not getting the same impact that we saw in the counter matchup he has this time. On the Tryndamere, he was destroying you, but he's just not playing this matchup out as well as the last one, and New's been able to keep in check and actually getting those solo kills in the matchup he really should be.
Yeah, it's been a tough one for Wayward, honestly, and it feels like a few mistakes that are, I don't know if uncharacteristic doesn't feel like the right word because I don't know Wayward that well as a player just yet, but kind of silly mistakes where it feels like you shouldn't be in the position you're in. Slow on to New. Knight moves on up. This will be a kill. So Wayward, it doesn't matter how well he's playing. Knight's here to save the day and picks up a 4.
Yeah, a nice job there. This was exactly what you needed to do as Rise to try and fix the sides. Like the fact you actually now get up here to correct that a little bit, give maybe one plate across as you got 20 seconds to take that, but TT transfer bot side.
Okay, Southwind goes in, Yukal alongside him, and Mark, I think he's just going to accept his fate here. Just tries to buy as much space for Jaculov as possible. 4 people down here from the side of TT, and Puff with red and white, they should finish this tower off. That'll be, one more play if they get it in the next second. The plate doesn't get picked up by Puff, that's so unfortunate. Tien in the meantime pressuring the rest of the team, so it's going to be 3 plates on the bottom side for TT there. And it's a 700 gold advantage currently inside top esports. Much closer than game number 1 was. By this point in game number 1, it was about a 10k gold difference. Chieftain has stayed way too long on this plate. The route is there. Sonic Wave not followed up by Tien. He's just going to walk up instead. Everfrost flashed away from by Chieftain. That'll be the end of the passage of play.
Yeah, Tien not able to follow up on the Sonic Wave because Southwind's positioning there with the play. Now Tien still trying to push in by room for Jaculov and Knight to maybe get this turret on the bottom side as Mark is covering mid for Knight.
Southwind moves up once again, route after route after route after Dawning Shadow comes in onto Southwind, low on HP here. Yukal's behind the play, bit of damage onto Tien, has the shockwave of it. Oh no, shockwave's on cooldown. Oh, it's not as good of a flank as I thought it was. Tien gets out with his life. And there's Mark off on the side of the play as well. This is crazy. Like, there isn't even a Draco. There's nothing to even fight over. We've had a 4v4 for like the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, they've just been trying desperately to get control of this bot lane, and I thought top esports were just going to leave it, right? Like, you've got Senna TK, leave him be. TT are convinced that they need to get Puff and Southwind ahead, which I don't hate in this scenario with the composition they have, but when you've invested this much to bot side, Wayward now gets top tower. He reset and picked up his Eclipse, so having a little bit of an easier time now against New in this top lane, but I don't know. It feels like, again, TT, this is the mid-game decision-making we were talking about. Falling behind because they just don't really get anything on that bottom side. Commit the TP from Yukal there, while Wayward gets the top lane turret.
Bottom side. And we see finally a reset. Finally a breath of fresh air here for either team, just to take a second. 1.5 minutes until that Drake comes up. Top esports getting the first one of the game, but the gold lead has ballooned a little bit, right? Almost 2,000 in favor of top esports. They finally found an opportunity to start to get an advantage. And I want to mention that Jaculov on this Senna, this was probably his most played pick back in 2020. Definitely something he's very competent on. And you'll find that he's one of these players, it's like watching Reckless on Senna, right? Where you check out the souls and you realize that he's just so far ahead of what you expect. Jaculov very similar because he loves to trade, he loves to be aggressive. So you can expect that he'll continue to scale a little quicker than maybe you should expect. But the Herald will be taken here by TT. No contest whatsoever from top esports. They're looking towards that Drake instead, but it's still not up for another 35 seconds.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to... Oh, hang on. Oh, Jaculov's going to be all right. Hopefully got it back. I wanted to see top esports like look for Rift Tower, like trade that position on Dragon for the Rift Tower, because their composition wants to get turrets down, but instead now they're going to have to take the fight where TT could potentially be stronger, especially with the Gravitum for Felios. They can look for the engage off the Moonlight Vigil.
The camera just pans down to Wayward, who's halfway through a tier 2. This entire game, it's been chaos elsewhere on the map, and Wayward just hitting towers. he's basically still playing Tryndamere. He doesn't realize he's changed champions. That's why this 1v1 has been a bit rough. He feels like he's in a counter matchup because he thought it was Gwen versus Tryndamere. I think that's it.
Dragon going to be taken by top esports on this bot side, though. I mean, you've got so much wiggle room here as top now, right? Like, they don't get the Rift Herald, sure, but the whole reason I wanted them to see get Rift Herald was get mid-turret. Because now it becomes very simple for top esports. Like, push in on sides with Wayward, start to get your vision control encroaching into the enemy jungle, and then just keep the pinch onto TT. And as we said, right, TT don't have a huge amount of engage, so as long as you're avoiding, like, the Shockwave or Southwind hook, when you're getting this vision, you don't really have anything that can follow up. So top esports potential here to take over, but you can see in the bottom right corner just the replay. TK there to keep Jackie Love safe, so the hook not able to find its mark from Southwind.
I just want to revisit a quick topic that I mentioned before of Jackie Love getting souls on the center. We had a look a moment ago. He was on about 80 souls, and that was about 17 minutes. Like, that is a lot of souls this early on in the game. That is really fast farming on the souls. I think the average is like 60 at 20 minutes or something along those lines. So, or at least for your average player. I don't know about pros, but either way, Jackie Love doing a good job of getting towards that late game ASAP. TN getting forced out of the jungle here by Nu. He's trying to protect his own team's red buff. But with Wayward moving over as well, Nu's going to have to be cautious that he's not stepped too far forwards. TN overstepping himself. Big shock blast comes in. Night flash forward. Gets the root onto Chieftain. Everfrost is there, but the Dark Passage will pull him out to safety. And now Nu getting aggressed by the rest of the team from top esports. But he's doing a good job to literally 1v5 at this point because Gwen is in fact immune. Top esports finally get the red buff. The skirmish for the buff is over. Now the skirmish for mid lane begins as TN over the wall looks for a kick here, but has to jump over to the rest of his team.
And now the skirmish for the skirmish can commence as Chieftain tries to connect onto the end with the wind becomes lightning, but we're still looking.
Oh. These shock blasters start to do some serious damage.
Oh,
That's
Shockwave!
a 3-man shockwave though. And Yukal trying to redeem himself with the Dawning Shadow comes back onto Puff. And unfortunately for TT, the shockwave looked great, but there just wasn't any follow-up.
I thought that was it. I thought they were going to be able to hit the go button. We said, look, you got to try and rely on some of these shockwaves from UCAL to get the fight started, and that was it. But TT, they were as surprised as top esports were that actually connected.
Yeah, that was such a nice shockwave. I'm actually really sad for UCAL.
Yeah.
That it doesn't turn into anything, because we have been railing UCAL. I'm not going to lie. We've been kind of mean, because he's been playing kind of bad. But that shockwave was there to redeem everything, and the rest of TT falls short. There's no one to finish the kills off.
Oh, and they still lose it as well. Like, they lost. I don't know. It's just a sad time to be in UCAL. Yeah. Now, though, coming back out onto the map, top esports, right? They're going to be able to situate themselves in these side lanes. Rise going up towards the top side. Wayward starting to push onto the spot lane. With the tier 2 now gone on the bot side, if Nu ever tries to commit to a team fight, Wayward's just going to be able to take an inhibitor. And so you have to be so careful with how you try and position here as Nu. Even with the, if you try and burn like a TP out of UCAL as well, it's actually quite easy for Knight to realm warp into a play on the bot side, like look for a 2-man play onto you and then still have pressure with your TPs towards Baron. So a lot of like wiggle room here for top esports where they want to try and make this play happen.
Yeah, we'll see. What I mean, honestly, I don't really worry too much about game plans when it comes to these two teams because generally speaking, they don't seem to worry about game plans either. It does feel like it will be a heat of the moment mojo thing where Knight with his 4-0 scoreline, his 2.5 items will just start shredding people, and these shock blasts from Wayward as well. They're the biggest thing I've been taking away from the last couple of fights is how much damage he's already doing. 2.5 items for him as well. Jackie Love ain't getting any weaker on this center. There's a shock blast. That's a third of Southwind's health. Getting that pot ticking away because you're going to need it. Now Baron onto the map. Dragon up in a minute as well. And it feels like top esports can start to really put the pressure on with these neutrals.
And top esports are doing a really good job of getting vision control. I know that TT just cleared out a good amount on this top side, but they've actually had vision both on bot side of mid and at the back of the red buff for TT. That means that they've been spotting Chieftain as he roams through river, and they're making a lot of their decisions based off of where he is, and now they're trying to collapse on Nu.
Certainly are, and collapse they shall. Root will come on through from Knight, but actually Gwen was immune in fact. This Tien takes a huge amount of damage, but maybe that's everything out of the tank from Nu. Does not have the ultimate remaining. No more burst. Letting him down. TT, I like it. A bit of gumption coming out here, but that shockwave onto Puff, I think that signals the end of the play. Baron backed away from a TP from Knight. And you know, look, TT pulled the trigger, and I appreciate that. This is a positive for TT. Even though they lose the play overall, I'm taking this as a positive. They did so.
When the only play that you can find as a positive is them losing half a health bar, a tier 2 tower, and the dragon, it says a lot about where the expectations for TT are in this series, as Top Esports now going to run back over, get the third dragon for themselves uncontested. And again, setting up onto these side lanes is going to be a great call here for Top Esports, because TT, you can see they just can't deal with it.
And Jackie Love now over that 100 souls mark as well. 23 minutes, so definitely doing a good job of getting strong himself. Chieftain, sorry. I keep on saying captain because it's TT. Breaking my brain.
There is a part of me who wants to see captain and chieftain to get like both of them together, right? Yeah, it's like the village chief and you get the captain of the sea. It's right to sell, honestly.
It's called the alpha squad, right? They're the alpha males in each situation. We're going to see Top Esports trying to get priority in the mid lane. TT, hook onto Mark, maybe a chance, flashes out to safety though, and it's Chieftain who's in trouble instead, has to use his ulti, and now Top Esports, they can chase, they can stop recalls, because guess where Wayward is? He's hitting towers in the side lane. Looks like he's going to go for a recall himself though. Maybe Top Esports, maybe it's their turn to start to look towards this Baron instead.
Yeah, trying to see if they can keep control of the area. They don't really have the vision in their favor. A lot of like wards you can see at the back of their own red pit that could give some movement for New to try and get into these fights. So I think Top Esports going to take it a little bit slower before they fully try and commit to this. We'll get vision in TT's side, but if that ward behind them isn't cleared out, that could actually be a bit of an issue for them, as New does have his TP available, and that flank position would be perfect for him.
Yeah, it certainly would. I didn't see quite how long was left on that ward, but it looked like there was
I think it was fairly
a minute
fresh.
or so. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. So far, Top Esports not actually positioning like they want to go for the Baron. There's a couple of members there fighting Vision, excuse me. But Knight down on the bottom side here, and Wayward is here too. This is solo laners from Top Esports to make it to the bottom side. Realm Warp is available if they need to get out and dodge, and they may well need to. Shockwave's going to come in. Knight has to flash away. Realm Warp comes on through. Wayward is going to be abandoned here, but he's okay with that. He's completely fine. 3 members committed to the bottom side from TT. And so Top Esports immediately move in. That ward we talked about has been cleared. Jackie Love and Mark will clear the rest of the vision. And now we're in the situation where Top Esports can properly threaten back.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. That was kind of the one time for Top Esports you can see them go for the play we're talking about, right? Like 2-man the bot side, Steve can pick off New, but didn't really have the mid pressure to try and go for it. So TT are able to dip into the bot side, deal with the threat, and then come back in with the 2 TPs being up for New and Chief, or for UCal, they're still able to threaten Baron. So Wayward now on his own in the bot side with his TP up, as Top Esports move in to continue establishing vision control. I feel like they can, at any point in time, take this top lane turret if they want to. Like, they've had the vision several times up here. They just haven't been willing to fully commit with it.
Yeah, could be in trouble. Ward hop out to safety, flashes as well. Chieftain trying to chase, but an Everfrost means he hits the blast gun in the wrong direction. That's kind of hilarious interaction. He was trying to keep moving, but unfortunate for him there. Nice little play by Knight to stop his jungler getting caught out. Just check bounties though on the side of Top Esports right now. Knight has a 700 gold bounty. If he ever gets caught out in this game, that's going to be a massive influx of gold on the side of TT, which will be crucial because currently that mid lane has a big old gold gap in it. Look at the CS difference between the 2 mid laners. Look at the kill difference between the mid laners. The level difference. It's a 2 level advantage in favor of Knight right now. It's not a pretty situation for TT, and we'll continue.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be easy to kill Knight, though. Like, Fimbulwinter, Frozen Heart, now got the Force of Nature underway as well. Like, Knight's pretty damn tanky, and especially since he's been accelerated, he's got the level advantage. Like, it's going to be hard to kill those Ryze. Top, though, moving back down to the spot side, now that they've got the Realm Warp up and available and Dragon is up in 50 seconds, they once more want to try and contest for this soul. Gwen rightfully backing away means they actually can't find the pick, so Top Esports just trying to hide out, see if they can either get some poke down or get the full on kill.
And it feels like at this point, Top Esports have completed the onus is on TT to try and find a way to ruin this slow but steady game plan from Top Esports, right? They've got a Rise in the center. Southwind, I'm not sure that he needed to flash there. It's going to be on cooldown. But yeah, Top Esports playing this slow and steady. 20 seconds until the soul comes up, and that will be a massive win condition for Top Esports. I think we'll drop by Jackie Love. TT, I don't think they're going to get access to the river.
Top Esports are doing a really good job of denying them, and this is where like the lack of engage, the short range, really starts to hurt TT, because Jackie Love, as you said, like has a bunch of souls, the range is there. Tien looking alongside Wayward.
These shockwaves are just doing so much work. The shock blasts are doing so much work. And Top Esports, without any contestation, get the Infernal Soul. Wayward just blasting away, and Jackie Love as well. So bold on this center. So willing to just walk up and get hits in.
Here we go.
And now we'll realm up to the bottom side. New, he's got 2 people on either side. And here he is, stuck in the middle with us, Dagda. He's going to walk away because, once again, Gwen is in fact immune.
I really need to get like just enough of this. They can't touch this music onto a soundboard so I can play it but not get his DMC. Like just for these moments. But TT now with the commit from Top Esports to the bot side now have control over the the Baron area. This is where it becomes a little bit more dangerous for Top Esports because they need to face check into the short range composition that can set up for Yukal. Tien moving over. We're about to burger flip the Baron.
Oh, you better believe it. Tien, he's an expert when it comes to the Baron Spice. They're just going to go for it, but it's New to pick it up in the end. Now the fight comes on through Top Esports. Knight on the backside with an Infernal Soul. He's just going 1v3 on the back, and the rest of his team is winning at the same time. Knight is a monster, and Yukal finds it out firsthand. Triple for Knight, and game for Top Esports.
Yukal is running for the hills. He'll get out with a sliver of health. The Baron recall will get him back, but there's 5 members of Top Esports now push in. Bot turret is going to be gone. Mid turret is going to be the next taken, and any one of these minion lines can help Top Esports end the game.
Knight is a monster. Had a rough game number 1, got caught out a couple of times in the side lane, but it does not matter in the grand scheme of the series. Knight has more than made up for it in game number 2, 7-0-1. As the Nexus Tower starts to get hammered away from. But for the second game in a row, we see uncharacteristic Esports. They're playing sensibly, they're playing responsibly, they're not pushing.
Don't like it.
It's weird. It's weird,
not,
man.
This isn't the Top Esports I wanted and or expected, but I honestly think they could have ended there. I think he just TP to mid and go for it, but you see here, I actually, like, the fact TT are damaging this is insane to me, because, see, 133 damage from Tien there, nearly able to execute on towards the Baron, but Knight then, great TP. This was the vision that we talked about established by Top Esports previously, and he's just shredding through it. I actually thought this might have been the Penta, but with Yukal just about flashing away and the kill going to Jackie Love, he won't be able to match it.
Not happening, unfortunately, for Knight, but the crazy thing to me is that he's walked in behind everyone there. He's got 4 items on this Rise. They are all tank items. Even the Everfrost, realistically, in terms of mid lane mythics, that's a tank item. He's just completely invincible. It still does mental damage, especially with an Infernal Soul. And now Top Esports. They're playing the numbers game, right? Dotting the I's, crossing the T's. They're going to go through the top lane, finish that 3rd in.
I'm trying to figure out what he's building last, though, because everything that Aegis the Legion builds out of is a mythic item. So it kind of feels like he's just gone cool. This game's going to end in a little bit. I'm just going to get all the armor and magic resist off of the no magic mantle and the cloth armor, but I feel like he might have to sell that if this game continues.
Yeah, to be honest, Hector, I don't think we're going to have to worry about it. I don't think this game is going to continue. I feel like this one's going to come to a close fairly shortly. As those shock blasts, I mean, that's a tanky player for TT. Chieftain there on 1.5 items at the 32-minute mark. It does suck to be a jungler when you fall behind. Oh my days, that's 2 shock blasts. Chieftain has to go back to the fountain. That's a lot of space bought here. Top Esports, but they don't have a wave to push with right now. So, fortunately for them, play the waiting.
And now Top Esports starting to push in on top. You've got the waves crashing elsewhere. There's very little that you can do here at TT. You're corralled under one top turret, but Chief is nearly dead.
Nothing even happened. He just nearly died anyway. Oh, it's a weird kick. UCal gets a shockwave Tien. I'm not going to lie, kind of just fumbled that, but it doesn't matter. New now going into the backline. Maybe it does matter. It's jacking up. Gets to bow to be safe here as Knight. Once again, is just going to walk at the backline and literally 1v4. It doesn't matter what you do, TT. This one is done and
we're going.
Dusted.
We're
going onto the fountain with the Realm Warp and Southwind. Almost wins a 1v4, to be quite honest there. But the Nexus will fall. And Top Esports, in style, take 2-0.
Only 2 minions in that Realm Warp. And then they nearly all ended up dying. That was hilarious. But either way, Knight 10-0-3. MVP performance out of the man in the mid lane. That was a beautiful play from the Rise. But when we look at Top Esports as a whole, definitely some crack shown, right? Wayward eventually got control of that matchup in the side lane, but certainly could have had a better performance there. And we saw a ton of messiness down in that bot lane that not only was coming from the fact that there was a ton of attention coming through from Chieftain, but the own plays as well coming out from Top Esports were a bit all over the place.
I will say, it did feel Top Esports, which in my mind is a good thing, right? Like, the biggest criticism we've had of Top Esports is it's not felt like they are, firing on all cylinders. For most teams, it's about strategy. For most teams, it's about like consistent play. For Top Esports, it's really not. It's whether or not they're feeling it. And coming in today, we saw the smiles on the faces. We saw them giggling with each other before the game started. And then once they got onto the rift, it felt like they're playing with that pizzazz. It felt like watching Top Esports again. So hopefully, maybe this is the version of the roster that's going to work out for them. It feels like, look, this is only TT that they've beaten. I'm not trying to take too big of a conclusion. But in terms of the way that they're playing together, this felt better than previous series.
Yeah, I think it did look cleaner. But I definitely don't know if this is going to be the final version, right? Like, I still think that Wayward, like, this was up against New, who's kind of one of the underperforming people that we have in the top lane. So when you look at him in the grand scheme of things, struggling in a counter matchup, probably not the best bet. So Wayward, I'm not as fully convinced that he'll be the standard pick that we see in the top side of the map. I think the rest of the map, again, still questioned. Like, I think Tien had a brilliant series this series. I think his Hecarim looked really clean in game number 1, but you never know. Maybe they just end up trying to prioritize that early advantage, because you can see again, like the game plan and the early movements were picked up quite a bit by Knight in game number 2, but in game 1 we weren't seeing a huge amount of like crazy map plays. It was that early jungle invade from TT that got the lead. So I'm still kind of holding out to see exactly what we will get from TES.
Yeah, and I think that's perfectly fair, right? But Wayward, especially this series, had a good time. A couple of weird moments at the start of this game, where like getting 1v1 by the Gwen, but game number 1, obviously dominating on the Trinidad. Game number 2, this Jace in the mid game was terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that Knight was literally 1v4ing the team fights, then I would give Wayward the MVP. But Knight has well and truly stole that one away for himself with a couple of key moments during this game. Really beautiful Rise performance coming out from Knight there. But overall, there are big positives to be taken for Top Esports, but like you're saying, still a couple of caveats there. Still a few things that we need to see tightened up. Over on the side of TT, though, I mean, this has been a rough series, really. There's not many positives that we could take away. I would say Southwind actually had a pretty good series for himself. Like, his Thresh looked pretty good today. UCal had that one really great shockwave. But generally speaking, it's not been a great series.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to kind of come back to, was like, once more, this is kind of the more comfort style of draft for TT, like going for the kind of late game scaling composition, looking to see if they can find that, but lacking the engage really hurt them. Like, Setwin was doing his damnedest, and again, I agree with you. I think Setwin had a great game, but unfortunately he's not enough to try and carry against what Top Esports have, especially with the range that they had on their side. And then you're kind of looking, going, right, well, UCal, messy early game, apart from that one good shockwave. Chieftain, again, like struggling to keep track on Tien. You could see him going for plays on the bot side, Tien showing up and nearly turning them around. You're still seeing a lot of those issues that we highlighted at the start of the day. And look, you're not going to like magically have UCal and Chieftain come in and like just make everything right as rain, but these are things that you can definitely look at and go, well, this isn't a, hey, I've not situated myself in the team. Like, you should be able to track where the enemy jungler is for Chieftain. You shouldn't be like flashing in as you, Cal, and completely messing up your play, or destinying on to a Fed Tryndamere or Valkyrie in the wrong direction. Like, once you can kind of let it go 3-4 times, now it's a more of a, hey, this is a mechanical issue.
Yeah, Yukal, like he had the one good shockwave, and I'm gonna rest on that as my positive for Yukal. But generally speaking, you're right. He's not had a good day. He's not had a good couple of series so far in the LPL, and you have to wonder at what point does TT look towards Captain again? Because Captain, certainly by no means the best mid laner in the LPL, certainly had problems of his own, but I would say the problems with Captain were far less glaring than what we're seeing from Yukal so far. And also, just personally, like you said earlier, I want to see Captain and Chieftain in the same game. That sounds hilarious. It's not important. It's definitely not what TT are thinking about, but I think that's a substitution that I'd like to see.
I do love the image of you like rocking up to the TT analyst desk room and just going, you know what? Screw the we want to win mentality. We want to be funny mentality is where we're at here.
Synergy matters. And on that note, I'm going to end this conversation and throw it over to an interview with one of our players from Top Esports.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and now I'm standing by with Tian from Top Esports. So congratulations on today's win, and my very first question is about Hecarim, this champion. It feels like compared to other regions in LPL, Hecarim got a rather high pick rate, and also the winning rate of this champion is quite high as well. So I'm very curious about your perspective towards this champion in the current meta, like what kind of the strengths does Hecarim have? 那首先恭喜小天，恭喜滔博获得了比赛的胜利。第一个问题也想问一下关于人马这个英雄，我们感觉好像不同于其他赛区，在 LPL 人马的一个选取率，包括说胜率都是非常高的，所以说比较好奇小天可能对于这个版本的人马的一个看法，觉得它的强势点会是哪些呢？
人马强势的地方就是在机动性和它的反战能力上，然后它前面刷野也比较快，然后gank能力也比较强。而且感觉比较针对那种没有位移的英雄，然后对于 LPL 来说团战比较多嘛，所以可能这个英雄作用会比较大一点。
So I really feels like for Hecarim, this champion can be a very good champion in all the team fights, and also this champion really has a very high mobility in the actual game, and also in terms of the farming or go the jungler area, he can do this all the quite fast, and also I feels like in all the ganks, Hecarim can also have a very good performance. I think the reason for winning rate or the pick rate is quite high for Hecarim in LPL is because there are so many team fights happened in LPL, so I think Hecarim can have a very decent performance in all the areas. So I think that's the reason that Hecarim can have a very high pick rate. That's all I would like to share. And my next question is about game 1, because we feel like game 1, the opponents, they have decided or they have planned a level 1 invasion already around the blue buff area in your jungle area, but this ended up with you guys have a perfect team fight and you were able to get 2 kills in your pocket. So tell us more about what happened there and what's the team's communication made by Top Esports. 那接下来第二个问题想问的是，第一局其实对面有设计了个一级团的入侵到你们一个蓝 buff 野区，但是呢你们却很漂亮的反打，同时你也是拿下了双杀在手，所以说能问一下当时发生了什么，队内有怎样的一个沟通呢？
当时觉得对面一级的动作感觉比较不太正常，然后阵容又一级团比较厉害，然后我们就比较小心嘛。然后看到他们之后，我们做了临场的反应，然后就是对面感觉没有应对好，然后我们拿了2个人头开局。那把的话，就是如果人头能给到线上的话，会更好一点。
So around there, we feels like the action from the opponent's team in level 1 is not that normal. So we quite to be very meticulous because the opponent's team for their composition, they can be quite strong in the level 1 invasion, level 1 team fight. So, and we have somehow prepared this. And also I think the opponent's team, they just made some mistakes around the level 1 invasion. So we just punished their mistakes and we were able to just, I was able to get 2 kills in my pocket. But I really feel like around there, if the pocket if these 2 kills can really give to the laners like the mid laner or the other laners, that would be great. That would be even better in the level 1 invasion. But still, you guys were able to handle the situation so well. And let's talk a bit more about game 2, because in game 2, although the opponents they are not in the gold lead, but they would like to just rush the Baron to seek more opportunities. But this ended up, you guys were able to win the Baron team fight and were able to just break the 2 inhibitors for the opponent's team. So tell us more about that Baron team fight. How did you guys make the shot calls? 那接下来下个问题想问一下关于第二局，其实第二局对面是在一个经济不利的情况下，然后决定去 rush 大龙，但是呢却被你们成功的赢下了那一波的大龙团战，并且直接是破掉了对面2路。所以说也想问一下，当时那一波具体的情况是什么？你们有进行哪些指挥呢？
当时对面想要偷大龙是他们唯一的机会了吧？然后当时那边视野被他们排到之后，我们反应还是稍微慢了一点的。然后到的时候，龙的血量已经不是很多了，然后我们协调一下吧，感觉就是团战的话打起来我觉得肯定会赢的，所以我就冲进去想抢一下龙，然后没抢到的话就正常把团战赢下来就行。
It feels like around there, stealing the Baron and the only opportunities the opponents team they could have or may win the game for game 2, and also they have just cleared up all the visions around the Baron pit. To be honest, we didn't respond so fast. So after we have realized that trying to rush the Baron, the health of the Baron is quite low. But after that, we feels like we have enough confidence in winning the following team fight around the Baron pit. So I just would like to give a try to steal the Baron, but unfortunately I didn't manage to do that. But still, we have enough confidence that winning the team fights and also win the game. And my very last question is, we know this must be a very hard time for top esports, but definitely this can be the beginning of a breakthrough. It can be a new start. So do you have any words you want to say to all the fans that keep supporting you? 那现在可能对于 Topo 来讲也是一段比较艰难的时光，但我们也相信这会是一个全新的起点，也会有一个新的突破和改变。所以说最后一个问题想问一下小天，有没有什么话想要对一直支持你的人说的呢？
我们上一场输给了 RNG， 但是感觉我就比较遗憾吧，感觉是有机会赢下来的。然后我们在年后，我在队伍中感觉承担更多是一个做决策的人，然后希望可以做到一直冷静而又正确。然后顺便这把 TT 赢下来之后，感觉对我们信心是有一个比较大的提升的。然后我觉得我们后面可以一把都不输。
So in the last team fights against RNG, I feel very regretful that we didn't manage to get the win, because we feel like we still got the opportunity to win that game. And after the Chinese New Year, after I rejoined the starting roster, I feel like nowadays I became the one that made the man shot calls, or I just became a decision maker. So I would like to make sure all the calls from me can be right and calm. I just want to calm down to make every decisions right. And also after today's win, we feel like we have built a lot of confidence after this. So, and for the following matchups, I think I would like to win all the games, all of them. And definitely we are looking forward to that. And congratulations again. 那也是再次恭喜你们，也希望你接下来每一个决策都能够冷静且正确，也希望你能享受比赛。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, Wendy and Tien as well. I love that last answer. He's like, yeah, I just want to win all of the games. I mean, at least he's honest. He's definitely honest.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing for me to take away from that interview is Tien now being the main shot caller, right? The fact that they're moving towards Tien with such experience of shot calling. Think back to him winning the World Championship on FPX. He was one of the main shot callers alongside doing B back on that team. Feels good to see him stepping into more of a leadership role on this top esports squad, because it feels like they need it right now. So hopefully good things to be coming for that. Well, let's talk about the mid laner. Knight going to be our MVP. And I mean, I think we all knew that, right? I think we all knew Knight was going to be the MVP coming out of that game.
Yeah, I mean, how is it not going to be Knight, right? Like, 10 kills, no deaths, nearly 93% kill participation. Like, whatever about his damage percent, the damage was landing onto the key members that it needed. And a lot of this started with this early play coming through from Tien and being able to, like, set up for the kill on tonight. But from that, like, roaming up to the top side, fixing a lot of the issues that we'd seen from Wayward early, playing well through this mid jungle, like, this was a really nice game from Knight.
Yeah, it really was. The roam up towards the top side. I'm hoping we've got the clips of the team fights as well, where he literally just walks at the back. This TP here. Check out the TP on the bottom left of your screen and just watch Knight go crazy.
Yeah, he literally just walks at them. It's like, okay, cool. Southwind first, Puff next, Yukao's got to flash away, and he just turns back and kills New. Like, there was just nobody that could deal with them. Really well played by Knight. And I want to go back to the point you're making about Tien, because you can definitely see the difference when Tien is like coming into the team. Like the shot calling definitely in that mid to late game we highlighted at the start of the day, looking much cleaner. You can see it here today as well. Like it was a much slower, patient game from Top Esports, and very different from what we traditionally think of as a Top Esports. And even when we talked or heard Tien talk about it in the interview, like trying to calm Top Esports is no easy task. So the fact that he has managed to subdue them at least a little is a good sign for the Top Esports crew.
Yeah, definitely the case. We'll see how that story continues over the course of the split. I'm certainly optimistic now that this Top Esports can pull themselves back together, but beating TT is only the first step on the path. We're going to jump into a break, and then following the break, we have the matchup from heaven. We have RNG up against V5. It's the ultimate mid lane matchup. It's Xiaohu up against Rookie. You don't want to miss this.
Dear Mother, I'm writing to tell you about this absolute Chad in the LPL. Where do I even start? Well, when both teams are even in gold, Hung feels that FPX is at a great advantage, and thus he does not hesitate to start a team fight. When FPX is 3k behind in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a small advantage, and so he starts a team fight to secure their lead. When FPX is behind 7k in gold, Hung thinks that FPX is at a disadvantage, and so he looks for a team fight to regain control of the game. When FPX is 10k behind in gold, well then Hung just thinks that the team has reached a desperate situation, and they're only waiting passively for their death if he does not start a team fight. I know you love statistics, Mother, but in this situation, you can keep your statistics, because I prefer the magic.
Dragon, waiting for a second to push you to your limits, growing stronger, feeling better. But do you feel them? Can you hear them say?
Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the other side.
go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine. Now let's go.
当前除了那些热门中的意外英雄的话，我比较喜欢玩冰鸟嘛，因为打 RNG 的话，以前好像有，也不知道什么时候，反正对面中单玩个塞恩就把我治得死死的，然后我希望这英雄使用出来打 RNG 对战的话，应该蛮有效果的。
Now, Xiaohu, just do us a favor, lock in the Scion, because I need to see the rookie Anivia today. That would just make this the perfect series. I'm Much Walls, I'm joined by Dagda as we head towards our second series of the day, and this one is going to be a banger. We've got RNG up against V5, rookie versus Xiaohu. We'll dig into the mid lane matchup a little bit later on, but we're going to be talking a lot about the solo lanes here today, Dagda, because even up in the top side, it's an important matchup as well between the two solo lanes, because we have two solo laners that are very willing to play whatever style is necessary for their team.
Yeah, they have a ton of crossover when it comes to their champion pools, but I think when we really come down to it, it's the difference in the two champion pools that actually make the crux of the argument here on both sides, right? Like, you can see that there's like Jace's, Gwen's, Gragas's, you know, the Akalis, the Akshan as well picked up for both sides, but we definitely, when we think of Bin has been far more consistent in having those lane advantages, whether he's getting attention from the jungle or not, setting his own lane up for success, and then going towards these more split push orientated champions like the Camille, the Jax. And sometimes this is facilitated with like a 1-3-1 style coming through from Xiaohu, but oftentimes he is just kind of the 1-4 split push for the team. Whereas when you look across at Rich, he's honestly been struggling a little bit in the lane phase. We saw him really have issues against Zika the other day against IG. A lot of his stats are kind of being carried by the series that he had against OMG, against Shanji, where he played Graves into Shen and didn't have the best Graves game, but still came out with like 137 CS lead. Like, there's stuff like this where you're kind of seeing that Rich has kind of been padded a little bit. And honestly, I'm really worried that coming into this, he's going to struggle against Bin. Even with the wide champion pool and being able to play a plethora of different champions, it just feels like Bin right now has the edge over Rich when it comes to lane phase mechanics.
Yeah, and I think a key thing to take away there as well is Bin is the kind of player that when he wins a lane, he dominates it. And we've seen that Rich, when he starts to fall behind, struggles to stabilize. To me, Rich is this kind of player that when he plays well, he plays exceptionally. We've seen games where Rich takes over individually as well, but we've also seen games where it does the exact opposite. So Bin could be able to expose that somewhat in the top lane, and that's something that we're really going to have to keep an eye on. And also, eye on those counter picks in the top lane, because that keeps on happening. Things like the Tryndamere into the Graves, for example, that we've seen today. We've seen Rich be on the receiving end of as well. We'll see if something like that happens across the course of our drafts today. But let's talk about what V5 are bringing to the table, because I feel like there's a little pairing in the V5 squad that I don't know how it never happened before, but it feels like these guys are old buddies. You know, this is an old boys club in the mid jungle 2v2 for the side of V5, because Karsa and Rookie, both veterans in their own right, and it feels like they've been playing together for years with the way that they work as a pair.
Yeah, the synergy is off the charts. Like, these guys look like they've been working together for years, and it's about the fact that Karsa's kind of always been this jungler, as you can see there, like willing to give up his own gold and give up his own CS, so then he can actually play through the mid lane. And as a result, Rookie has been able to thrive, and this is one of the years I think Rookie really starting to make a comeback for himself. Always known as an insane mid laner, don't get me wrong, but has been relatively quiet. But you can see here, right, like Karsa and Rookie have been working as this insane mid jungle and making it very difficult for any of their opponents that they come up against, because they're just been playing so well together. The communication seems on point. It nearly feels like they're sharing one mind with how quickly they're reacting together to some of the plays that we see coming onto the Rift.
Yeah, just always on the same page. They know exactly what the other is going to do to be able to follow up on it. And that is something, it's kind of rare, honestly. You see good duos, but you very rarely see duos that are as in sync as it feels like Rookie and Karsa are. And I hope we get to see that today, because they have a tough opponent. They're up against the final boss in the mid lane, the almost unarguable at this point LPL GOAT in Xiaohu, the old Emperor of Spring. And I feel like we need to make an ode to the Emperor of Spring, because, you know, this guy has now proven that he's no longer just the Spring Emperor. He's good year round, but this spring he has been stepping up to a whole new level in the mid.
And for context for people, the reason he's called the Spring Emperor was he got to play while Uzi was away before Chinese New Year on RNG, but since Uzi has left the team, Xiaohu has stepped up to be the Emperor of RNG, and this guy has been popping the hell off. His KDA second in the league, his CSD of 15, and his goal difference of 15, first and second there. This guy has been an absolute monster, and it's very much a case of that Xiaohu dictates the entire way that RNG are going to play. If he's on something like the Corki, very slow-paced game, RNG are just going to try and use those packages, play for objectives. If he's on something like the Rise, or you can see in the Vex, they're very willing to link up with Wei in the early stages, go for these aggressive invades, and get these massive leads for RNG.
I mean, that Vex clip is just so much fun to watch, but this one as well. Xiaohu literally just 1v3ing at the end of the clip. It's just so beautiful to witness, and it does feel like Xiaohu is just, he feels like he needs to carry in a lot of these situations. Not that the team is bad or anything like that, but I never used to think of Xiaohu as the kind of player that would flash forward aggressively and make a play in the team fight. You know, he was never that player to me. He was like the sit back on Victor, play a control mage, play Orianna, find a good shockwave, but just be the standard team fighter. But these days, he's leveled up. I think the time of the top lane has given him a little bit more killer instinct. And now it feels like when you watch Xiaohu, you're just constantly excited, constantly waiting for the next big play that he's going to make.
And that's the exact argument that we made for Rookie, right? Like, Rookie has been a player that when you think of like the big moments on IG, the big moments on V5, when the chips are down, it's Rookie who stands up and is accounted. And we've seen it before, right? Where like in the series against WE, the Zoe from Rookie popping himself along the wall with the portal, gets this long-range snipe with the trouble bubble, sets up the win for V5. Like, it always feels like the killer instinct has been there for Rookie. The willingness to make those big plays that carry the fight is there. And now you've got a leveled up Xiaohu versus Rookie who's starting to come back on track. It just feels like inevitable that this mid lane is going to define the series.
I'm going to be so disappointed now when we see Twisted Fate and Rise as our
it's going to be fight night all over again, man.
Yeah, we've hyped this up so much now, but it is just such a good mid lane matchup. I'm so excited for it. We talked about the top lane, we talked about the junglers a little, we've talked about the mid lane. I think it's only fair to round out the conversation and talk a little bit about the bot lane 2v2 as well, because, you know, Votic and PP God have been taking names so far in the LPL. I think firing above expectations for what a lot of people would have thought this Votic. Rookie is not the right word, because he did play half a split before, but, you know, coming back in, PP God as well, trying to redeem himself. And then Gala and Ming. This is essentially a legendary bot lane. MSI champion bot lane. Massive, massive level of play coming out from bot RNG. Votic and PP God are going to have their work cut out, but I would say Gala and Ming, the 2v2 isn't necessarily where they define themselves.
Yeah, I think for Votic and PP God, my biggest issue for the bot side here is just coin flip. Like, I'm all well and good that they're getting these aggressive plays, but it feels like so often it's a case of they either stomp lane or get stomped. There's no real in-between ground where they kind of just tend to go even. There always seems to be some duo kill that's going to go over. It's a case of which side. And especially when I'm looking across at Gal and Ming. Gal and Ming, yes, have been insanely strong, but certainly we've seen some errors starting to creep into their play, right? Ming, not as much, like he's had a few missed hooks on the Nautilus here and there, but certainly when you look towards Gala, right, like we've seen him a lot of fights where he'll like be on the Tristana, tries to jump in to make the hero play, ends up getting caught out and costing RNG. Same when you look towards him on the Jinx, like flashing in aggressively, mispositioning to a certain extent as well, and making team fights a lot more difficult for RNG. So certainly I want to see if Gala can kind of play into a bit of a better position in these fights, so it's not making things as difficult, because certainly when you're against Rookie will annihilate you if you make that sort of mistake.
Oh, he definitely will. You can see it there on the screen. Rookie, as you said before, he's been having a really fantastic time so far. Last year, had a bit of a rough year. Didn't feel like he was doing rookie things, you know, because like the expectation of rookie is just so high. This year, it does feel like he's stepping in, and alongside Carson, alongside this powerhouse squad, it feels like he has teammates for the first time in a long time. And it's exciting to see that he doesn't have to 1v9 to win the game, right? He can facilitate a normal mid lane role instead of facilitating the role of, I'll win the game, guys, just try not to die, you know? It's a very different role to what he had to fulfill on IG. So I'm excited to see how that will influence this matchup specifically as well, because Xiaohu is the kind of player that, generally speaking, this split hasn't really been that team focused, right? Doesn't get that much focus from Wei, doesn't get that much resources from his team, and still steps up anyway. It kind of feels like Xiaohu's filling a somewhat similar role to what Rookie was on IG. Less so in that he has to carry every game, but that they were playing without resources. We'll see how it's going to pan out. I don't know. I'm just so excited for the mid lane matchup, man. But straight off the bat, Finn is not allowed anything. His Jax is gone. His Camille is gone. Now Renekton banned by RNG as well. Jace gone. There are no top laners allowed up there.
Yeah, we said that this top lane matchup was going to be a bit of a doozy, and V5 already just going, look, we don't want Bid at all to have fun in this lane. The big thing, though, is like massive power picks are open. Caitlyn's, Corkis, all these things are still available, and especially when you're looking at like the mid lane matchup, things like the Corki, although it would make it a little bit more of a kind of boring matchup, still massive. And it looks like basically RNG said, hey, look guys, we're going to take one of these power picks. So Zeri left open. I honestly think though Caitlyn can do well against the Zeri relatively well, especially because like the traps can kind of keep her in check and corral her. She's got the big range advantage and able to play back, especially even with the movement speed. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Galamin go for the like something like a Nautilus Caitlyn in this bot lane and just try and take over from the lane phase.
I mean, Ming, you pointed this stat out to me before the series. Ming has played 11 games of Nautilus so far this split. His next highest is 3 for Thresh. So the odds of a Nautilus pick, very, very high for RNG. But looking towards the Jinx, going with a bit of scaling here. Still at range advantage in that bottom lane, but definitely looking towards the lane.
And 11 is a bit of a magic number this draft phase as well, because when you look towards both Rookie and Xiaohu, they have both played 11 unique champions as well. Now, Xiaohu will go back to the old fan favorite in the Corki. This is where RNG, specifically when they have this Jinx Corki, will play a very slow-paced game. They're just going to go, right, hands off. We will use package to try and contest objectives like the Rift Tower and stat towards the dragons, but they're totally fine to just play fully for that late game. Whereas when you look across the V5, this is an insanely aggressive combo, right? You've already got the Hecarim there for Karsa, and Zeri, Nautilus as well wants to look for kills. This V5 is going to be looking to get out on the map early. So from RNG coming into this second ban phase, I would love to see things like the Rise taken away, the Twist of Fate taken away. Things that can actually set up V5 to try and play off through these side lanes and try and help out both Rich, who won't get the counter pick here, but set up the Photic PP God bot lane.
When you say you won't get counter pick, that Graves is locked in blind. The Tryndamere ban, I am totally on board with. I've seen this matchup too many times to be okay with blind Graves and no Tryndamere ban, so that one's fair enough. But yeah, I agree. Maybe something like the Twisted Fate is the follow-up ban here. Over to the side of V5, they could look towards maybe banning away supports, things like the Thresh that can set the Jinx up.
Yeah, I think that's the best bet. There's the Braum gone away. Taking away the Thresh as well, I think is a great answer because it can do relatively well against the Nautilus. The only thing is, it's like Thresh not so hot against the Zeri, right? Zeri's movement speed makes it really difficult to try and lock her down. And maybe you consider something like the Leona just because of the flash CC can really ruin Photic's day, and you get a good matchup into the Nautilus. But honestly, although the Thresh will be there for safety, maybe you're willing to leave that one open, but it's a toss-up, right? There's arguments on both sides.
Well, it's Alistair, so none of that. I guess Ming, historically known for his Alistair, but like you said, the Leona available, Thresh is available. Should RNG want it?
Yeah. Tam Kenshi as well.
Yeah, they could go for the jungler as well if they want to, but realistically, they're not getting counterpicked, whichever one they go for. I don't think it really matters in what order they pick right now.
So Leona being hovered at the moment, he gives you the ability to fight that lane phase toe to toe and kind of puts PP God on the back foot. And now I want to see what the mid lane's going to be. Like Rise still available, the Twisted Fate's still there. It feels like I can go for either here. Corki not going to be able to manage like too much against the early phase, and you can kind of try and get out of lane. You're not really going to have a huge 1-3-1 presence here for V5, so it looks like instead they might just go back towards the team fights as the Gnar comes out for Rich, something we haven't seen in a while, but certainly if you're looking at team fights like V5R, this is a wonderful setup for you.
Yeah, and we saw the Orianna hovered as well. This is Rookie's signature champion, his most played of all time. And it works so well with this composition, right? Hecarim or Gnar or Nautilus getting in the middle of everything. It's perfect for a big old shockwave. I'm excited for this composition from V5. It's all about the team fights. It's all about getting stuck in. The side of RNG feels like a very different vibe, right? Much slower style of composition.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm not a big fan of the Trundle. I feel like you want a little bit more engage here on RNG and the ability to try and lock up this Zeri. So like the Jarvan option coming through here. So RNG, you still got really strong team fight, right? Great late game scaling in the Jinx and the Corki. Finn will still be able to play stop side. So this very much looking kind of more like a 1-4 style composition from RNG as they get towards the later portion of the game. But for V5, you're always going towards team fights, right? Like everything there synergizes so nicely. A ton of CC, great front line, ball delivery system for the Orianna, and always the option for Zeri to have a ton of fun in these fights, right? Because if you ever get the any sort of wombo combo off, Zeri can just pop off with the massive shred and follow up on that.
Exactly. There's so much room for big plays here, and it's kind of similar with the Jinx though as well. Like both of them, if the fight starts off well for them, they can snowball like crazy through the rest of it. So excited to see these AD carries when it comes to late game team fights, but also Orianna versus Corki in the mid lane. While it looks like a very slow matchup, when it comes to those skirmishes, I feel like Orianna's Shockwave really can be a defining factor. And one thing I will say, Jarvan into Orianna quite often can get a little messy because you kind of corral everyone in the team fight. And sometimes that could set up your opponent for success.
And I think as well, like when you're looking at Jarvan definitely a champion that wants to be aggressive in the early stages of the game. Corki, not so much, right? So you're not going to have that very strong mid jungle. Whereas when you look at Ori Hecarim, two champions that can make a lot of plays happen, especially post 6. So you'll have to keep your eyes out here, Xiaohu, as I feel like Carson Rookie have the stronger mid jungle, which is what we highlighted, is a point of protection for V5.
Have to see if they can find that opportunity to through the mid jungle to find an advantage in the early game. We're on Summoner's Rift for game number 1 of RNG versus V5. It's Xiaohu versus Rookie in the mid lane, and I have to say I'm a little disappointed that we're seeing scaling mages on both sides. Not ideal, really. But I want to talk a little bit about this top lane as well as PP God. Gonna get deep wood down on the bottom side, get some vision. We've got Rich versus Bin, and we talked a little bit about Rich. You know, coming over from Korea, this is his first split in the LPL, and he played in the LCK for a good couple of years, played on Gen G to start his career off, and then most recently NS Red Force as well. And I feel like so far, like we said, it's been hot and cold from Rich. Some games he's looked amazing. Some games he's really left a lot to be desired. This time he had the counter pick against a player like Bin. This is the kind of game where you can finally start to set the record straight for yourself.
Yeah, but even over on Nongshim, right? He didn't exactly have the best of laning phases, or at least known for his laning phase. So we're kind of seeing that set up once more here, coming across to the LPL. Here against the Graves, should be reasonably okay. Like, both Graves and the Nard like to be able to punish through the fact that they're both range champions, but struggle in extended range matchups. Both of them kind of have a similar attack range, so it's not going to be a massive issue on either side. So I'd say it's pretty neutral up on this top side. I think Wei will probably try and make some plays up towards Bin in the early stages just to try and right that in favor of Bin, but for Xiaohu, for Gala, you're just looking to sit back, put your hands up and go, right, give me a cup of tea. I just want to farm.
Love a cup of tea. I have to say, I'm on board. That's all you needed to tell me. I'm now emotionally with those players. I'm ready for a cup of tea at all times. Xiaohu and Rookie just trade back and forth, and you expect in the early stages, Rookie usually will find an advantage, especially on Orianna. I feel like Rookie's Orianna is a different category. The way that he squeezes damage out of that champion using the passive so effectively to find a health advantage in the lane, it's always such a pleasure to watch.
And it is going to be difficult for Xiaohu to try and match that, right? Like, first strike there, yes, it'll give you a little bit of extra damage, but Rookie's able to proc it the first strike first so easily because of, you can see there, right, with the ball positioning, right? Xiaohu can't really move up to the wave because the second he does, you're just going to have Xiaohu being able to fire that command attack across. You get the summon area damage as well. And these quick trades make it really difficult for Xiaohu to try and answer. So Rookie already having good control over this mid lane, and that's given time for Karsa here to just start to slip into the opposite side of the jungle, figure out where Ray's going to be, maybe actually look for the gank top on Bin first.
It's been one of the weaknesses of Bin, overextending in the top side and getting ganked. Now, we saw that all the time on Suning. It's the same on RNG, forcing a flash early on. Way to answer in the bottom side though. PP God and Photic in trouble. Getting dived here. Good flash from PP God. Root onto Ming, who will go down to the tower. Photic back underneath. Gala has to back away. One more tower shot. He'll go down on this one. Photic getting aggressed upon once more. Way happy to tank up the tower damage reset. Good dive from RNG.
I will be 2 for 1 in favor of RNG. Rookie and Rich had the TP to try and make it happen, but Rookie without mana couldn't try and support on the bot lane play. Probably would have just died as well. And Rich kind of still under pressure here from Bin, so wasn't able to try and make it happen. You can see here the dive as it comes through. Ming, unfortunately, not quite able to get the setup there, trying to dive off the level 3 versus the level 2, but still Gala playing really well off of terror range here, getting the play onto Photic. And we talked about, wanting to be a bit of a slower pace game for Gala. Well, I mean, if you're able to shut this Zeri down early and get kills for Gala, that's a win-win in the books of RNG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you can find the advantage early on Jinx, you can just take over a game. You don't have to be a late game AD carry if you can just have more items than everyone else. Wei now instantly moving to the top side. We were talking about this composition being a slow scaling comp. Apparently not. Wei is making things happen all around the map. Rich uses the hop, has flash available, but he's too slow on the trigger. He dies with flash still up. It's a disaster for V5.
And that's just such a mess from Rich. You should have at least tried to flash, maybe get Wei to burn his flash to follow at minimum. And honestly, with Bin not having a flash from himself, you could have maybe got out of that one, but Rich, unfortunately, not quite able to do so. And as you say, right, I thought that this was going to be much slower. Said the Xiaohu, and when you get the quirky Jinx is very slow, but Bin not going to get a rest here in the top side.
Yeah, Bin just getting chunked out here. Rich actually is going to finish the kill. Okay, it's a messy top lane happening here. Rich literally just autos it down. When Karsa didn't commit, I thought, okay, no way this is going down, but Bin just gets chased down, just gets finished off easily.
Yeah, able to get the slow. Looks like the smoke screen wasn't enough to try and keep Rich at bay. Xiaohu.
Oh, Xiaohu's in trouble in the mid lane. Rookie wants a solo kill, forces the flash, flashes after him, and Rookie with the 1v1 sits the goat down.
And Rookie popping off in the mid. This is why I love to see this match. Already has been. Take 2.
Oh my days. It's just pure chaos in this one. The solo laners battling it out. Bin uses the ulti to try to survive here. One more ball will finish the job, but he misses the wallop. And it's back down to nothing in the top lane.
Holy, this is what I wanted from this game. Quirky Jinx going slow. Not a hope V5 are not having any of that. So, Rookie now, 1 kill up, great CS advantage in the mid. Rich as well, working wonders in his top side. The solo lanes for RNG that we thought would be able to at least match mid, go ahead and top, are not working out at all.
Not so far, and the biggest strength for V5 is the laning, right? Being able to build an advantage in the early game and then take it from there. They are still behind in gold because of the dive that happened earlier on, but if Rookie can keep doing that, and if Rich can step up to Bin like this, I have much more confidence in V5 than I did before this series started off, especially for Rich. Finding that answer up in the top side was crucial.
And now you get to see V5 in at least like they're even, but it definitely feels like from top side of the map, they're in control. And you can do a lot of work here with Karsa about to hit 6, Rookie having that advantage, Rift Herald about to come up. We're just going to get to see it here, right? Like, good poke again coming off of Rookie, and it's something that he's so good at doing on this Orianna. And like, he is by far the best Orianna we have in the league. And you see it every time he plays this champion. He just, and like, I don't even understand how he gets more damage out of this champion than anyone else can.
It is just mind-blowing, Rookie play. And I love every second of it, honestly. Way now invading in the top side. Rich getting pushed underneath this tower. Maybe a dive angle as Karsa starts to move up. Why he's going to be on this blue buff. Has a ward behind the blue pit there. So we'll know that Karsa is moving over. Smite available for Karsa, but it's the small smite. Way. Having that leveled up smite, we'll be able to just take the blue buff away. Bin there to support him. Rich get a face check in here. Has the ultimate available. Gonna get Bin down on the side. Karsa here has his own ulti as well if he wants to charge on through, but Rookie just gonna be gifted another kill.
And I don't know why RNG are trying to commit to that play. You can see the Xiao who had moved over to finish off the Raptors. He wanted to try and reset so he could pick up package before the Rift Herald fight started off, and you end up just having more members of V5 on that top side. Kill goes across again now to Rookie. He's 2-0. Plates will be answered by Gal in the spot side, but I don't know if you want to try and fight this Rift Herald. It looks like at least RNG are considering it with Ming moving up, but or V5 are so strong right now.
I have to say, I did not expect this top lane matchup to be going the way that it is right now. When you look at Bin versus Rich, you know, we had a lot of question marks about how Rich was going to perform in this series, but Bin is being exposed right now. Keeps on stepping too far forward in the lane, keeps on mispositioning, and Rich knows his role on this now, right? He's setting up for the rest of the team, gets himself in a good position to be able to find that ulti onto Bin and find a pick.
Xiaohu now, running into Karsa.
Karsa doesn't seem to be afraid. Happy to go for a bit of a trade with Xiaohu's Corki. I think he was looking for a steal potentially, but either way, he's not going to find it regardless. So we'll just have to back away from that one in the end. Rich just clearing minions underneath the tower. Feel like we need to do a bit of a reset here, Dagda, because it's it's about 500 gold lead in favor of RNG right now on the scoreboard. It's 3-4. They got the first Drake as well, and now they got themselves a Herald as well. So it does feel like ultimately things are going in favor of RNG, despite Rookie's 2 kills, despite Rich chasing Bin down in the top side. It is RNG with the advantage.
It just depends on where you're looking, right? As PP God, spot Ming. Gonna hold on to this. I don't think we need to fight now, but here we are.
Dragon isn't even up, but we're going for a fight apparently. Shockwave pulls Ming back into the fray. Great solar flare though, but it doesn't matter because Karsa was in his ulti. The stun does nothing. It's a nice pickup by V5, but again, Drake isn't up, so it's just going to be the picking of itself.
But this is why I was about to say, like, it depends on where you're fighting this Rookie. Oh, no!
Has his flash, though. Gets on out of that one. That'll be Weasel on cooldown right before Drake comes up. I'm not sure what the cooldown on Jarvanul is this early on, but I think it might be more than a minute.
Yeah, I think it's about 70 to 80 seconds, so we'll just about be coming back up after the fact. Also, more than likely, because he's a jungle running Summer's Insight, so I think he gets a little bit of... Sorry. No, not so. Somebody inside, yeah. Cosmic Insight, sorry. Different show altogether. But basically, like, you should have a little bit of cooldown there anyway. So it should be okay for trying to set up for these fights. The big thing, though, is, like, again, where you want to be situated here is V5. Their top side is stronger, and their mid jungle is stronger than RNG. The bot side for RNG has the gold lead quite substantially, which is where that gold advantage was for RNG. But you are not as strong as Gala right now compared to Photic because of the 2 champions. So trying to fight for this dragon, could be a big misstep for RNG unless Xiaohu's package is massive or they find some sort of pick beforehand.
That's a clear anyway. Vision behind the Drake. It's spawning now onto the map. RNG got the first one of the game, but remember, wait, still no ultimate available. So RNG might struggle to contest this one. They're going to have push in the bottom side because the reset came out from Gala. Meantime, Rookie starts to move into that river as well. But Drake not started off just yet for V5. Bin having push in this top side. Both top laners with TP available, but it's still the dodgy version of TP where they can only go to towers.
V5 now situating themselves on towards the dragon. Yeah, V5 or RNG just going to back away. Good call here. There's not very much you can do. I believe Xiaohu picked up the package though, so maybe they try and look for a play elsewhere on the map, like up towards this top side to try and allow Bin to keep pushing in this wave, but we'll have to see if that's the plan already though. V5 look like they're trying to read this, and you can see Rookie and Karsa leaning up here. Really nice understanding from V5 how to keep RNG in check.
Spotted on this control ward though, so unfortunately for V5, no opportunity to make a play there. PP God maybe caught on the bottom side. Wei ulting literally on cooldown here. As soon as he sees an enemy and his ult is up, he just goes for it. And I'm loving that. I'm loving watching Wei this game. He's been so aggressive right from the word go.
And it's a very different look from Wei. We've actually kind of been dissing him a little bit, saying, look, this guy hasn't had that big impact, but this game, he's been trying his damnedest. Terra now goes the way of Gala, so Gala is going to be massively accelerated in this game, but still gotta wait to see if he can get to those 2-3 items. V5 still, it feels like to me, despite this, at least have a control over the mid game, but RNG's kind of timing window has been pushed forward substantially.
And RNG, they're just gonna get a tier 2 on the bottom side. This is 2 towers off the Herald. Now reset in the bottom lane as well. PP God will go down. There's a kill for Gala, plus all of those lates, plus local gold for the tier 2 tower. This is a huge swing for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be so much gold there for Gala now, as maybe they get more as Carson, Rookie moving in. Will be dissuaded here. Xiaohu's going to push in, but yeah, I mean, you're starting to see the crack show for V5, right? RNG getting good control over this bot side, even Bane in this top lane as well, right? Hullbreaker now completed for him. He's having a lot more fun up in this top lane, and mistake from Photic and PP God, just moving too far up and giving Ming the engage.
Yep, finding that way in as well as Ming. Managing to get the Zenith Blade, so he's in the way, blocks the anchor. So PP God cannot escape from the play. Still 3-0 on Rookie, and it's already starting to feel like, okay, look towards Rookie if you're a V5 fan. And I started the day saying, you know, he's on a team where he doesn't need to want V5, but, you know, with the way the game is currently going, it feels like there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders specifically.
But I mean, the team fights can still go very well for V5, but yeah, I agree. We're looking at these shockwaves from Rookie. If you get good setup with Karsa or Rich, this can just be a game changer. Especially when you're looking at, like, Gala. He will be going towards this rapid fire cannon build, so going to be trying to play a good bit of range and keep himself safe, but you have so much dive potential both from, like, Karsa, Rich, and even if PP God wants to flash in just for the depth charge, that could be the thing that gets V5 back into the game.
Photic, PP God moving up towards this top side to match Gala and Ming. Already made it up there. Herald coming up 10 seconds time. Let's see who can find an advantage as Rich looks for a 1v1 at the top side. Bin flashes away from the stun. Oh, it's a tense 1v1, but it's going to defuse in the end because Xiaohu has arrived from the middle lane and Rich will have to flash to keep himself safe.
So, flash for flash burnt on both top laners. Xiaohu got to make his way down there because Rookie didn't really have push in the mid. Rift Herald is up, and once more, RNG trying to avoid the fight with V5. This is one of the things that we compliment for RNG for a lot, is like really good understanding of what the enemy composition is trying to achieve and where their own composition is strongest. And right now realizing, look, if we try to take a fight with Luden's Tempest just picked up by Rookie, we won't be able to try and take this fight. Instead, we need to give space to Rookie and Karsa. Let's just try and farm up and see if we can hit our late game spot.
Yeah, definitely feels like the correct play as well for RNG. Even though they're ahead in gold, not taking an unintelligent fight. Feel like the correct play for them, so they don't go for it. I like that from RNG. 5-4 on the scoreboard as we approach the 16-minute mark, and that means Drake will be coming up again shortly. 50 seconds till that one. And it'd only be the second Drake for either team, and it's a Cloud Drake. So I feel like there's a very high chance this won't be fought for, and it'll just be maybe RNG, since they're the ones with a jungler on the bottom side of the map.
Well, that's why V5 were kind of eyeing up this top lane, right? You could see that RNG's bot lane had to back away because they didn't know where V5 were, and Rookie started to roam, Karsa started to roam, but instead they moved back in towards the mid as Gala and Ming give space to V5 in the topside jungle and managed to get that mid lane turret. Now they can turn over towards the dragon if they want, but Wei's going to get rich in the bot side.
Rocking the Hyper is rich, but he's exhausted. He's not going to be able to turn into Mega Gnar, and there's no way that he turns this one around. Wei finishes him off with the Cataclysm, and that's just a simple pickup for RNG. Rich way overextending, and great timing on the gank, right? It's as Dragon spawns, and it's also as Rich came out of Mega.
Yeah, and this is why we're kind of highlighting, like, Rich has been having a bit of a rough time. Like, the early lane phase had started to go his way, but these kind of plays do come back to haunt you. Now, Bin, who'd already gotten some good turret plates on the top side, will have push in this bot lane. He's gone full split push with the whole breaker, so if you're getting these leads for Bin, it's going to pay dividends for RNG in this 1v1.
Top side to match Rookie here. And both mid laners farming up an absolute storm, more than 10 CS per minute from each of them. And we're starting to get to that point where they're going to do some real damage, right? We've got the Ludens finished off for Rookie. He's also stacked his tier already, so can go into the Archangels. And on the other side, you can see Muramana almost finished. The Ludens on the way for Xiaohu. The 2 item spikes for both of these mid laners will be devastating for whoever those ults hit.
I like that V5 are trying to play around Rookie. Like, getting this deep vision off the Rookie push on top side is going to be really crucial to them trying to slow down RNG and get these towers in their favor. Carson Rookie's, like, one-shot potential is at an all-time high, and V5 want to try and cash in.
Dude, but the Corki wave clear too much as Rookie cannot finish that tower off. The try rush, Wei the target. It's going to be the shockwave just used immediately, and a pick found by V5. But what else can come up this one? Photic over the wall. The knock up onto Gala, who has to Gale Force away. Photic surviving as well as Carson chases, but Rich is behind the play. It's gorgeous from V5 as they find a flanking play, and Bin is way too late on this TP.
And I love that Rookie isn't saving that shockwave. He's just like, look, we get this pick, we can get more out of this play. And just like that, V5, we said they wanted to cash in on the Rookie stonks, and they do just that. Picks galore. Tower will be taken by Rich in just a few moments in that top side. And now that gold lead swinging right back, so V5 are within touching distance of RNG.
And Sonya's finished now for Rookie as well, so it's even harder to punish the Clockwork Lady. And you're absolutely right, just pulls the trigger on the shockwave right off.
And I love it, right? Like, there's nothing that you can do here as the Jarvan. You have the flash, but you're dead before you even get a chance to use it. And then PP God, wonderful flash to set up this pick onto Gala as well. And that's what we're talking about for this composition for V5, right? When they go hard. And you have to be so careful with both Xiaohu and Gala, which are positioned in this fight, because it's not one thing you have to look out for. It's the entirety of V5 you have to keep your eyes on.
It really is, and the second that you make that misstep, like you're saying, V5 will pounce. They will take as much as they possibly can. This is not a team that is shy to go for an objective, but now RNG looking to give V5 a taste of their own medicine, hiding in a brush with a control ward. But Karsa, he smells a rat.
They're running down for Rich, though, and Rich, I don't know, sense of smell still there for him. He thinks that something's gone a bit awry as well, so he's just going to back away from that one. Now, though, it gives full control over V5 to this top side, right? You trading side of the map, and V5, they've got a tier 2 that they can take up there.
Xiao does have to be a little cautious. You can see Rookie always angling on how he can close the gap on the enemy, how he can find an angle for his shockwave, which at this point in the game as well, pretty short cooldown. It will be available every single fight, especially when that blue buff is in play for Rookie. But Baron is up. It's on the cards right now. Both top laners on the bottom side, but Wei as well, clearing his wolves. And it looks like V5 not going to pull the trigger on anything too crazy for the time being. I think that would be a little overzealous.
And this is why I'm not a big fan of RNG trying to trade, like, sides of the map, right? It feels like getting bot side pressure for a Cloud Dragon isn't great, but if V5 are able to get full control of your top side jungle, it's really difficult to get that back as RNG. Wei is not tanky. No one on RNG is tanky. And if you've got to try and face check into the composition that V5 has, you're in for a bad time. So with V5 now establishing some vision control on that top side, they can now walk through commit the resources they want to get that vision fully secured. And honestly, I know V5 are sitting here, Dragon. I'd love to just see them play for Baron, right? You actually have a good amount of Baron damage with the composition that you have, and if RNG ever try to face check you, great turn as well.
Oh, Bin actually using the collateral damage to try and steal that blue buff there. But it's Rich to pick it up with the boulder in the end. And I want to just quickly comment on the 80 carry builds here, because we've got Photic on 1 and 2 halves of an item, which doesn't make sense outside of League of Legends terms, but 1 tier 3 and 2 tier 2s. Gala, on the other hand, already 2 tier 3 items finished off and a Last Whisper, but crucially, going with a Phantom Dancer after a Gale Force pick up in the mid lane. PP God keeps himself alive with a stopwatch, and there goes Gala. Rookie to finish that one off, and more shields on PP God. Wei uses everything to try and find the enemy support, and he sacrifices his life for it. It's 2 for 1 for B5.
And RNG tried to play that safe. They're like, look, they are on the dragon. We do not touch it. We don't care. And V5 were like, but no, we just knocked down your front door. We're just going to kill you anyway. Xiaohu now trying to answer off on this side lane, but Dragon is going to go the way of V5. Kill's going the way of V5. And with Rookie, as big as he is on this Orianna, these team fights and these plays keep going V5's way.
Yeah, it's not even like we've seen one crazy shockwave that kills everyone or anything like that. It's consistent picks that V5 are playing through, right? Anytime they have a numbers advantage, immediately they make the play. Whether that's an overall numbers advantage or just for a second you've mispositioned, V5 will pounce.
And again, the vision control keeps getting established for them, and Gala's struggling.
Oh, Photic actually flashes forward, wants to 1v1 Gala. Karsa comes in to help it on out. Gala down. V5 are up on the top side of the map already. Red buff will be stolen away here. I don't think they can afford to 50-50 a Baron, but I don't think they need to when PP God can find hooks like that. Xiaohu zoned by Rookie's Shockwave there. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. But now over to the Baron for V5. It's actually going to be a reset from Karsa. Does not have the smite available. Will get some health back and make his way over.
I like this call from Karsa, right? Like, he really needs to get more health. The poke from Xiao, who's still very real, and Bin coming in with the ult. They could have just finished him off.
PP God again. He just doesn't miss. Xiaohu 1 HP here. Finished off by Photic. And another pick for V5. Karsa now back onto the scene. Actually, ults just to close the distance on Baron.
Wait,
I
Rookie!
love oh, the rocket! Gala finds one. Maybe that's enough to deter the play from V5 here, because Rookie was going to TP back in.
Yeah, that was exactly what they're planning to go for. V5 were trying to just swap and bait out RNG in that one. Karsa was resetting, but RNG didn't know it. They had no vision to spot the Karsa gone for it, so they're looking to contest the Baron play so they can try and poke down Karsa, get the jungler out of the equation, and turn that into a 50-50. But with Karsa resetting, then V5 take the fight, and after that, Rookie being shot down means that they can't actually continue on as RNG are respawning. So really close fought fight for RNG. It goes 1 for 1, but stopping the Baron is so key there.
It really is, and I don't know about you, Doctor. I'm having a whale of a time in this game.
This is such a fun game.
Brilliant. And now let's take another look at PP God once again finding these opportunities to get on the camera.
Yeah, just flashing in there to get onto Xiaohu. It's hard for Xiaohu. You've no vision in that area, so you've always got to try and face check, and we were saying that was one of the big problems. But as you mentioned, right, Gala, this is the hero play. The fact he manages to catch Rookie just as he's resetting that ward, giving him the vision that he needs, means that Rookie can't TP in, and you can't look for the follow-up fight. Again, though, V5 have already done a good job of getting vision control on this top side, so RNG's vision control quite limited when it comes towards River, when it comes towards Baron, and that's why V5 are slowly moving in to eke out for control.
Yeah, finding more and more vision. PP God. Actually, Wei messed up his flag and drag. Has to use his stopwatch. That's a huge cooldown, and Caster comes across the team to fear everybody. And with jungler down, that's got to be a Baron call, right?
I mean, Rich is just walking there. They know that they've got this. Rookie gonna play keep away, because if you walk up, that one-shot potential is massively there. There's nothing that RNG can do. They're looking for the pick.
They're looking to try and get onto Rich. Maybe a way to start fighting in a different way, but Rich just moves over to the rest of his team. And look at that Gnar bar from Rich. He's getting close to Mega Gnar. Baron getting low. There's the shockwave onto Bin, pulled in by the rest of the team, and should be able to escape on the backside of the fight. But Baron already taken in the meantime. Now Ming chased down. Gala getting chased by Carcer as well, who has infinite move speed thanks to Rookie. Photic over the wall wants a little bit more. The Zap goes wide though. And Bin might be able to escape, but I don't think so. We're going to the derby as Carcer chases him down under Hoof.
And V5 are looking so good in this game. Rookie and Carson step up in the early stages. Photic has been nuts on this area as well. His positioning has been great. His decision making and when he can go aggressive is happening as well. And just like that, we said that this would be a slow paced game. We said that RNG had tried to get those early advantages for Gala, but it means nothing. The execution from V5 has been stopping Gala in his tracks every single time. And V5 have been coming up front. You see it here. Way even. There's just no way out. That's so unfortunate. I think he'd been slightly to the left. That flag wouldn't have gone to the far side of the wall. He would have got out, but just in the heat of the moment, passing that flag a little bit too far out of arm's reach.
And Rich just... Oh, what? Shadow's been solo killed by Rookie for the second time this game. If anyone had any questions about whether or not Rookie is back, this scoreboard, these solo kills tell you that he is. And V5 up against RNG want to climb the standings today. They're looking for a mid lane inhibitor. They're looking for bot lane straight after. And Ming pulled in by PP, got the rest of the team. Charges on in as Gala forced back to the fountain immediately. Shockwave onto Ming, but not much damage coming on through just yet from V5. Bin forces Carcer away. And that will be all that they can get on this push. A bottom inhib will go down. V5 have to back away.
I mean, the kills don't go over, but 2 inhibs, you'll take that any day as V5. Dragon is up as well, so they'll just back away and pick up that one for themselves if they even want to. I mean, right now, trying to keep the pace on the map may actually be the better call, right? Because RNG, they'll probably try and move over for the Dragon. They can take it, but it means that you can get quick push on this top side. And yet, Rookie, quick flash forward onto Xiao, who just knew his damage so well there. Didn't even try to invest onto the shockwave as well. It was just like, I can kill him with just that one, well, not one click of a button, but just a few clicks of a button.
Knowing that the Valkyrie comes out if he doesn't just one shot, right? So flashes forward and makes it happen. And I love that. I love that Rookie is so decisive in those moments. That's the thing that sets him apart. He knows what he can do, and he knows how to make it happen. Photic as well, having a phenomenal game for himself, right? Every single team fight feels like his positioning is perfect. He's now on 4 items. This Zeri is going to be shredding. But look at his health bar too. Like, the Zeri build makes you so tanky as an AD carry. And sure, you'll do less damage than like a Jinx will, for example. But it doesn't matter when you're able to get so much damage consistently over time.
And it doesn't matter if you've got a Jinx with like 6 items in this game. Karst is literally just hitting ore onto wherever Gala is. And like, hey, look, sometimes he's got a Rookie ball on top of him, so maybe he looks for the shockwave. Other times it's just like, cool, get the hell away. The rest of my team will deal with whatever RNG are trying to do. We're just going to win the fight as long as I keep Gala out of the equation.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not even about big Rookie shockwaves. That's the beauty of it. And it's kind of been the same the whole split from Rookie is we've not necessarily seen massive individual plays where he just 1v9s. He's not needed to. He sets the team up, finds a pick, and then the rest of the fight is easy.
But that's what makes him so smart, right? Is that, like, you can hold on to that shockwave for the big play. But knowing that if I get this one pick now, that will net us so much more than, you know, the big flashy play. So utilizing that nice and early rather than holding on to it for the big fights. This is what kind of separates Rookie. Is like, he can have those big moments when he needs to, but understanding that sometimes the little play is going to win you the game more than the flashy.
Rich is currently Mega Gnar if V5 wants to try and make some kind of dive happen, but doesn't look like it's going to happen now. Xiaohu having to use the package just within the base. It was going to time out. And Rich wants to close that gap. Xiaohu knows that's not a fight he wants to take in melee range for the time being. And RNG slowly but surely just being pressured in every lane. Now Carcer, Brock seeing that minion wave so that the minions can push in this top side, and it buys space for V5 to get into this base. Photic moves forward. Great positioning from V5. Carcer wants to engage, trying to move forwards here. But Rich just zoning everyone. That'll be the tower going down. PP got slightly wide on the anchor, but now entrance gleaned by V5 on this top side. Xiaohu slowed by the laser. PP got half his health, got a rocket in as well, but he'll survive for the time being. Still quite tanky. And the inhib will fall. Slow and steady wins the race. Shockwave comes out away, and he'll survive.
Yeah, it just means V5 gonna back away. All inhibitors down. Baron is in 50 seconds, and your base is in tatters as RNG. You try to leave it, you're running into V5 that once more have all the vision in the world this topside jungle, and RNG, yes, the late game might have been in your favor, but you just don't have it in the tank to fight against V5 right now.
And you know, deep down somewhere, part of me wants to compliment Xiaohu on almost having a flame horizon in the mid lane. But it just doesn't feel like it matters at all when Rookie is 6-1-9, you know? It doesn't feel like that CS advantage is going to make any difference in this game. All 3 inhibs gone, and Baron spawning in 14 seconds, and you know V5 will be more than willing to pull the trigger on that.
Again, I don't know how RNG contest, right? Like V5, they've got pinks galore and this topside waves pushing in their favor. It's so easy for V5 to try and take it, and all they're doing is trying to goad RNG out of the base right now. Like saying, come on, just have one little look, and we can try and get that massive shockwave, we can get that big engage, and now, it looks like V5 don't even care. They've got the super minions 2x2 moving in, and you need some sort of miracle play onto Rookie if RNG hope to win this.
Yeah, I mean, why go for the Baron, right? Why flip it when you can just push with the supers? That's one Nexus tower falling, and RNG, last-ditch effort, last-ditch fight has to come on through. The last tower falls down, way on the back line. Rookie low on HP and will be taken out. Xiaohu gets that kill for himself. Ming buying time with a stopwatch here, and V5 are being pushed out of the base. The resets come through from Gala, and V5 are forced to go home as Xiaohu will finish off one last kill. It's Gala to take it in the end, and maybe a Baron for RNG instead.
It's just a disaster from V5. They're trying to force the end, but you've got so much damage that's coming out from Gal and Xiaohu, who remained untouched in the backline, and now RNG, they get to turn towards the Baron. How do RNG manage to do this where they're on the brink against Top Esports in game 1? They bring it back with a Baron play, and now against V5, the throw from V5 gives the Baron to RNG as well. See it here, right? Xiaohu poking a load with this poke quirky build. Gala completely untouched on the backside, and with everything used onto the front line, Gala's completely untouched alongside Xiaohu. Rookie goes down with no peel. Dragon now started for RNG. Karsa in your bottom left screen though, trying to see if you can get the steal.
Ooh, RNG taking that dragon. That's 3 dragons apiece and Dagger. Oh, boy, do we have a game on our hands. Now Baron, I think, was taken by RNG. I have to assume it was taken by RNG, yeah. And so, we're on 3 dragons apiece. Baron in the pocket of RNG. Gold, for all intents and purposes, even, because we're 35 minutes in. 2k is nothing at this stage. Inhibs are respawning, and it means that V5 now don't have that same level of pressure that they had before, but they should be able to reset and go back towards this mid lane once more. Try and finish these open inhibs. And RNG, I don't think they're going to let them go without a fight, because that'll leave their Nexus bare.
Yeah, I mean, you're nearly at a full item Jinx again. Like, Gala can carry these fights if he's allowed to just free fire. You saw in that last one that because of where the base was situated, V5 couldn't get onto him. This thought, no, V5 willing to try and draw RNG out of the base. Buy space, and if Gala can honestly get this GA finished, that could be enough where maybe they can try and hold off where he gets the respawn and he's all good, but it's still going to be so tough for RNG to try and hold on to this with inhibitors falling and no Nexus turrets.
So, Rookie will have his TP coming up shortly. I saw a whole bunch of pings going on towards that Nexus. There isn't any deep wards or anything like that right now, but just keep your mind open towards shenanigans, because this V5 team, they're more than willing to make those kinds of plays happen. Baron not going to be up on the map for a good old while, as RNG still have that in pocket. Still 3 minutes till Drake. Feels like V5 is somewhat stalling out at this point. Not sure how to make the push happen, but now moving into the base. Caster on the front line, threatening the engage. V5 are nervous.
I mean, it's hard to push against the Baron up creeps, right? And they're still waiting for that top wave to come in. Like, those creeps on the Nexus will draw RNG back. So just playing it slow, playing it safe, 40 seconds until the Baron time's off, and then it becomes easier. But RNG may not want to wait.
I thought that was going to be the engage. I thought they'd found a way in onto Photic there. He's down to half HP, which is really not ideal for B5. Just make this next fight a little more difficult. And I think crucially as well, waiting for Photic to have his cleanse available. It's only a few seconds until that'll be back in his arsenal, and it's so crucial in these late game fights for an AD carry.
Cloud Soul as well, not going to mean a huge amount in this game, so I wouldn't be surprised to see RNG try and give that if it comes up in 2 minutes time. They're just going to hold on to the bases. They lose one inhibitor, top one now under siege as well, but V5 to kind of bamboozle RNG. Duke left, now move right to get the bot inhibitor.
Oh, the mind games going on in this game. It's so tense between the two teams. One fight could decide everything, but RNG not accepting defeat just yet. Another inhib falls. That's the 5th of the game as Karsa moves back. Ming engaging. Rocket into the team. As Bin is on the back line right here, but he's alone. As PP God finally falls. V5 forced away once again. And Bin was happy to be alone. He had a GA to work with. He survives. And once again, RNG will not accept defeat.
It's Gala being untouched once more. The ultimate was thrown away, or the depth charge was thrown off of Gala, so it meant that he was able to just sidestep away from that and then continue forward. Rookie not really getting access to try and play at range against what Gala has as well. So right now, RNG, they're holding on. It's tenuous at best, but V5, they just can't manage to get towards the Nexus again.
Oh, it's so tense, Dagda. Let's take another look. His entire fight, like Bin, making the hero play to go so deep just to buy space for the rest of his team.
So, Bing manages to turn around onto PP God. He goes golden. Now, watch the depth charge here. It goes on to Xiaohu rather than on to, actually goes on to Ming, which definitely not the call. I think you need to put this onto Gala pretty much every time because he's just able to deal so much damage when he's left untouched. But when Karsa wasn't tying him up with the ultimate and a follow-up shockwave, when the depth charge isn't going on to him either, that's where it can cause issues. And you're seeing now GAs across the board as well. Yeah. It's making things so hard for that like big wombo combo from V5 to find purchase.
We're getting towards 6-item territory for just about everyone in the game. And the one thing I will say, Rookie basically stopped farming so that they could give it all to Photic, and that's starting to bite him because he's still not finished off that death cap. He's still a way away finishing off his 6th item himself. Although, I'll be honest, I don't think Oriana damage is the biggest concern. Ooh, Ming flashes forward. That was way too much from Ming. He will survive, though. The heal from Gala at the last second keeps his support alive. Rich being punished as well. As Gala, oh my days, the stopwatch from Rich. And it stops my heart for a second at the same time. V5, another inhib. That's their 6th inhib taken this game.
They're basically just doing rounds of RNG's base. It's as far as they can poke their head in to actually get into the base of RNG. Baron, though, up in 20 seconds. This is going to be the change. Yeah, Rich will get the soul, but V5, it's really the Baron that will draw RNG out of the base. And or when you've got V5, you can also look to just run straight at your Nexus if you try and contest Baron. This is where it starts to fall apart for RNG. It's been a valiant effort, but as long as V5 play this right, they can both threaten the Baron and also that Nexus. Just so you can see there, flash away as Rookie tried to make the play with Shockwave, but I don't think you start this right now. Like, you don't have the Shockwave for Rookie. A teamfight for RNG could go okay.
But Gala has no flash, and it looks like there's no way for them to contest, right? It was a pick onto Gala, potentially, from Rookie. And Gala has just sold his Kraken Slayer to buy a Gale Force so that he can avoid the Shockwave. He knows his flash isn't up for 5 minutes. He knows he's gonna have to be able to dodge away from what Rookie can bring to the fight. Really smart from Gala.
It does mean though that you're still a sitting duck because I think he had the Gale Force earlier. So I don't know. I didn't see the Kraken Slayer coming through. I thought he still had Gale Force. But...
Yeah, no, he had, but it popped up saying he'd built Gale Force. I'm so confused.
I don't know. Anyway, either way, maybe he considered changing Kraken to Gale, but regardless, like Gala is still in trouble, right? Like you have a great engage from Karsa onto Gala with the Rookie Shockwave, and Rookie didn't use anything on that last engage from Ming. Package for Xiaohu though. Maybe this dissuades a little, but they know this is the last fight, Mudge.
This might be the last moment. If V5 can win it, they'll take the game. If RNG win it, they've still got a lot of towers to get through, honestly.
This is so hard.
Rich is turning mini now, though. They can't stick around.
They just need to give those Baron up creeps access to the Nexus, though.
Here we go, package across the team. Xiaohu on the backline, Photic flashes away as Wade now the target. Shockwave onto 2 here. Watch Photic in a 1v3, shredding the health bars with the Titanic Hydra. Rich is onto the Nexus as well. Carson charging on through. Xiaohu low on HP. Wade's still going strong as well, but Gala's still alive. Photic versus the world. Can he do it on Zeri? Dodges the zap, dodges everything. Has the move speed to work with, but he can't find his way in. Still has the Baron buff though, and I don't think he's done yet.
How is this game still going? The Nexus got so low, but Rich wasn't able to help. But now RNG, they have 3 members up. Long death timers with Photic, trying to use the movement speed, trying to use the fact that there's nobody on RNG that can keep him locked down. But the range on RNG is going to be an issue, and Photic can't get to the Nexus.
Oh, it's a heartbreaker for V5. They were so close, but a split call, crucially. Rich was trying to end the game. Photic was trying to win the team fight. Didn't feel like V5 were all on the same page there. And for the 3rd time, RNG manages to stall out and keep this game going.
And halfway back up on Gala's flash as well. This is where it becomes a little bit easier for him to try and fight. But you see every time we're looking at these fights, right? Karsa's going in, but Gala is not having... Karsa's jumping onto Gala, but he's not having any follow-up, right? Rookie's not really in a position to follow. Rich wasn't there to try and move with him either. These long spread-out fights that are happening in the RNG base are actually allowing RNG to spread out themselves thin, making it really difficult for V5 to find the correct dive targets and keep RNG kind of grouped together for their combo.
Not trying to get vision in this mid lane. We just reset to the same position once again. It feels like we've been looking at this exact spot on the map for the last 20 minutes at this stage. Oh, now back to the mid lane. Baron still going for 1 second. It's now timed out, but that's a hook onto Wade. V5 got the inhib. It's an engage on the backline from Wade, trying to keep these guys CC'd. Rookie turns gold and keeps himself alive. Gala still goes strong on the backline. That's going to be 1 pick onto Xiaohu here, but Gala still firing away. Photic chased over the wall, turns into GA, but Flame Chompers should be available any second now. It's onto Photic over the wall, and Gala takes the kill. But Karsa is trying to backdoor. They're trying to finish off the Nexus instead. I don't think he has the damage. And RNG, they just won't die.
And now you've got both Rookie and Rich down for 50 seconds. They can't TP into the base because they aren't open available. Wards are being cleared out. But RNG, can they actually get out of their base? Like, they can try and push, but you know that Karsa is sitting trying to see if he can get into the base. PP got his reset as well. They can leave 1 or 2 members back, but oh my god, this game!
And it's starting to feel impossible for V5. I feel like they're trying to win this team fight, but maybe everyone needs to be on the same page as Karsa and just barrel at the Nexus. Oh, he's going for it. The secret agent mission, charging across the map. He's going to wait for his devastating charge once again. Oh my days, it's so tense. It is so tense, Stag, that when is that inhib coming up? Still 4 minutes until the mid-inhib.
Karsa has a ward. Karsa has the control ward. He's going to try and get into the base, place the control ward, and have everyone TP. The reset on the inhibs, though, might have put this back, though.
It's 4 minutes until the mid-inhib. They have the time to make the play. Both TPs are available.
Karsa, he has that. That's a hero ward. That control ward could completely break open this game. He's going to just hide here. You know that there's 45 seconds until the Elder and a minute until Baron. He's just going to sit here for 40 seconds and then run at the base.
RNG have left the base for the time being. A couple of V-pings. They don't know where Karsa is. He's just regenning all the way back up to full health again. This is so tense. Elder Dragon is coming up in 30 seconds, and the jungler for V5 is on the wrong side of the map, hiding in a bush, trying to make a hero play. Now this is LPL right here. This is why I watch this league. 18 seconds on that Elder Drake. Karsa still staying in that brush. He's been there over a minute at this point.
They have no idea. RNG are moving out of the base. This is Karsa in the top side. Bane is still in the base. They have at least some people back, but if V5 can just stop the resets, they're in good spots. Rich now, he's moving away. They're looking for it. Karsa's running.
Karsa's making the play, needs to drop the control ward. Immediately the TP's come on through. Bin desperately trying to stop what he can. The rest of the team TPing back. It's going to be onto the Nexus though. And V5, the Karsa hero play makes it happen.
This game was insane. the fact that Karsa wins the game by sitting in a bush for about a minute and a half to give that TP ward, that was beautiful. RNG, they tried so hard. They fought so hard to get back. But with their base in tatters, V5 find the one way that they can end the game.
I cannot believe the game has ended like that. And it had to be Carson to do it, right? That's the most Carson way to end the game ever. And you could see absolute fury on the faces of the RNG players as they stepped off the stage. And I don't blame them. That is such a stressful game. They lasted for so long. And then it ends like that. And you could tell that they were suspicious, right? Bin was still sticking around in the base. He knew something was up. But what can you do? He moves at the speed of light. The double TP onto the ward. Oh, so difficult for RNG and a heartbreaking loss for those players.
And you could see how quickly those TPs came in as well. There was just no time to muck about. They were like, we need to make this happen. But you got to say, like, coming back to it, like, this was V5's game for a large portion. And the problem was for RNG, you either lose to that play or you end up losing to the Elder Dragon, right? Like, Elder Dragon is designed to be that game ender. So if you end up giving that across, they take the team fight at your nexus, you end up losing regardless. So unfortunately for RNG, there was just no winning. V5 though, great game. Rookie, phenomenal game. Like getting those early solo kills against Xiao, who setting up for that mid jungle that we talked about. Like this was V5 absolutely controlling the mid to early late game, I'll say. And unfortunately then, they kind of just threw themselves a lot at RNG, but eventually RNG broke.
Yeah, it was like, you know, V5, I nearly said top esports because of Casa. V5, they were the tide splashing against a wall, right? And then eventually they found that crack. The water got in and exploded. And suddenly Casa finds his way through into the base. The wall crumbles. And V5 managed to get the win. A 45-minute win here for V5. And a hard-earned win, to say the very least. Look at the goal difference. V5 won while at a goal deficit. They were so far ahead for so long. But fight after fight, you have to say, RNG doing such an exceptional job at team fighting in the later stages of the game. It didn't feel like they'd figured out how to pull these team fights off earlier on. Like you were saying before, Carson just ulting onto Gala every single fight, and it didn't feel like RNG had an answer for that. But once we got to the late game, they really came alive.
Yeah, and I think that was the big thing, was like taking fights in their own base. It's literally the point on the map that's the largest where you can spread it the most. And it made it really difficult for V5 to try and take multiple different angles of attack, especially when they want that kind of front to back. And again, RNG, good job from like kind of giving up Barons, giving up these objectives, knowing that that was their best place to fight. But unfortunately, just wasn't enough against what V5 had.
And you know what? I've got some great news for everyone. This is the LPL, and that means we've got a best of 3.
Yes.
So there is plenty more where that came from. We're going to jump into a break. We'll be back with game number 2 just after.
Everybody fighting！
已经有人嗨了吗？米娜桑干嘛？
明海有点赶，感觉明海有点赶。我干什么？我是最不敢的，兄弟们。
真的吗？
平常心平淡。我那个分析做的还不细，兄弟们。
大
家准备好了吗？
太细了，
太细了。大家准备好了吗？太细了。真的，说你是 OMG 教练，我都觉得是真的。确实，你太了解他们了，
太细了，太细了。
感觉分析完都知道他们接下来要怎么调整了。哦，分析完了，直接就有思路，是不是？
他这个意思就是，他意思就是我们这把我们必赢，我们必赢。
他们可能想打的，你这边放眼吧，啊，你放眼吧，我站这。
雷克赛，慢点。
哦，好像，哎，看把雷克赛杀了吧，我一下，他一下，走就行，没事。泰坦没闪。雷克赛，保一下他们要硬杀，哎，哦，可以，
这一定没闪现。
OK，很赚，
可以慢一点的，其实。
不是，我们想去放眼的。
哦 ，OK，
然后打起来了，没事。中路开，维克托没闪，
可以逼个闪退了。
再看，
啊，这样就死了。哎，你中了，
有点不行，赵姐，慢点，捡个灯。我顶，没事。雷克赛，慢点。
我死了，可以打，输出。
慢一点。
你没闪了，你没闪了。
慢点。 还行，我也登了，简灯，可以打开。我到了，慢点吧，
先走吧。
这操作我看的有点
没听回来。
稳点，着急姐，太着急看你操作。回了，
我开吧。
对，盲僧别冲，别乱冲。
没事。有点失望，赵丽姐。
看一下这不
？OK。
准备好看。
可以。
先看泰坦呗。
慢点。
慢点。
没事，我死不了。哎，你死了。
慢点。
我们冲吧。我们先绕龙，慢点，我们先绕龙。
那你们打吧，来个菜不在。
我们先杀鳄鱼。
我一个多。
别这么多钱。
我这羊。
你为什么能秒 AD 啊？
我直接单切 AD，哇上去了拿下了吧？
对。你这羊不对劲啊，黄翔。
我好久没玩
去一波，没事，这羊可以的，我只能说。直接预判别人闪，只是这盲僧太可惜了，这把真的。
我老预判闪了。没有，那波。踢回来了，被打断了。
就是踢太慢了呀！
羊
怎么能踢那么慢啊，赵丽姐？
我大招把他撞飞了，他没踢。
你的盲僧没那么慢吧？我刚看了一下，
老了，被夹住了。
太离谱了呀！
你们加油，还有最后一把！
加油，兄弟们！影响这把过好年。
看后面有鱼！鳄鱼！看鳄鱼！
上
鱼没闪！
跳走了，上鱼！nice！
可以追，我追过去了，
可以追，自己看。
冲，兄弟们！死了，我死了。可以打，没闪。
你没闪。
追，能闪吗？别急，慢慢操作。
打断了。
这个。我来了。
他没闪。好乱。
把这个杀了吧。
不行就打先锋吧。
把他杀了，可以。
或者我们推上。
他能杀，别急，他能杀，别操作他。nice！
兄弟们，这波操作拉满了。虽然真不是纯油，但我这波操作真的拉满了。
兄弟们，稳住就赢了，
真稳就赢了。
绷住。
这位置看我靠！你们拉掉，推打！
推打！
杀人！
来手！过个好年！
听我讲，我觉得这波我们可以压到他们下高地，然后让金哥你站中，怎么样？
可以，来，可以。
来呗。
我中间也快进了。
金哥是可以，没事。
哎，攻打，很急。哎，我来看。
哎，挖掘机。
打机会，挖掘机，来。哎，你没闪，别急，我打机会。
A 塔，等会 A 塔，
来
过年
了，
大哥大嫂，过年好。
Shall we do it? We get to it, let's get right to
I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. 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 I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
我们队里的话，基本上就是大家就是谁，如果当时有想法的话，就谁想到谁就说出来嘛，然后我们我们会当下判断，然后就决定听谁的。但我们基本上都是声音大的人就听声音大的。哦，打 RNG 的话就是，其实我觉得现在的话，这个游戏基本还是看下路跟打野的联动吧。然后我觉得话就是看我能不能前期逮一下史森明吧，因为他也喜欢也来也去逮我嘛。
Karsa and Rookie on the same team is just too wholesome for me to handle. I love the shot calling strategy as well. It's just whoever's loudest, they're the shot caller right now. I do just want to start, though, in this segment by telling a little bit of a story. Because I don't know if you guys saw Karsa managing to pull off a miraculous backdoor. But if you think back, just under a year ago from now, there was a fateful series between RNG, who were the first seed out of the regular split in playoffs. They lost to FPX, went down to the lower bracket, and then managed to defeat Top Esports in a best-of-5 in the final game, backdooring Karsa. Karsa finally gets a bit of vengeance for what happened a year ago.
And with that, picks up that MVP as well. Karsa, so often we saw in these fights, like being able to instigate on towards Gala, try and keep him at bay. And it got more difficult towards the end, certainly. But the backdoor, this play here solidifying that MVP for him. My God, like, what a way to end it. And like we were talking off air as I pull us back from memory lane with Munch, that like basically everything that you could possibly want in a game of League of Legends happened in that last one. Big team fights, backdoors, you just had it all coming in. And now though, we're into the pick and ban very, very quickly.
You know, it gave me one last thing and then we'll get on the pick and ban.
Holy God.
It gave me flashbacks to like watching High many years ago doing the Secret Agent Z play. Karsa sneaking through the side lane, hiding in the brush for hours to make the play happen. That's the kind of League of Legends that I love. It gives you chills. Let's catch up on the draft. We've got a Zeri, we've got a Lee Sin, we've got a Leona for V5. On the side of RNG, Ming has his signature Nautilus. This will be his 12th Nautilus game of the split, and Wei taking the Hecarim this time around.
So very similar draft for V5, not having the big engage tool in the Hecarim though, as you said, Wade taken away. Carson would default back to his Lee Sin, incredibly scary champion. RNG going more towards the team fight now though, at least with those 3 picks, right? You've got insane setup with Nautilus, the Hecarim, we saw that in the last game, and now you've got the Jinx to follow up on it. So we'll have to see if this Zeri can keep herself safe, because there's going to be a lot of things that are going for in these fights. Coming in though, it feels like mid lane should be the ban phases here for RNG. They can try and pick something for themselves like the Rise for Xiao if they want to, again, but ban away things that can do well into it, like the LeBlanc and the Orianna.
All right, LeBlanc taken off of the board here. See if that Orianna is respected as well. But V5, they could certainly ban some mid laners themselves, or maybe go for top lane bans so that they can set up for a blind pick. Because remember, Bin is going to have that counter pick. And we know what happens to Rich when he gets counter picked. It's not pretty a lot of the time. And I think that's just a straight up PTSD ban on the Tryndamere.
Or it could be potentially setting up for a Poppy pick as well. Saw that Rich was pretty happy to pick this blind in the IG series, and when you've got like RNG that are very much setting up for a dive style composition, that could be what they're trying to eye up here, where they're going, look, if we can try and get this Poppy into our hands, we can actually stop like the big engage tools coming in on a lot of RNG side.
Bulky band away as well, taking that off of Xiaohu, and you know, I'm happy about that. Anytime that we force Xiaohu to play exciting things and not play Corki, I'm totally down. I'm totally on board. The Gnar respected from Rich as well. So we're going to have some different solo laners coming in. Graves going to be locked in for Bin as that blind pick.
I feel like this was a bait from V5 though. Like, you banned the Tryndamere. Yes, you can go for the Poppy that we were talking about, but you're banning away the one big counter to the Graves, and I feel like they're going to have an answer for it. Rise taken for Rookie in the mid lane. What are they going to go for here against the Graves? The Gnar was banned away. I mean, you have to have an answer in some regard, right?
It's got to be Teemo. It's the only answer. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see what Rich has up his sleeves. Certainly could just go for some kind of tank or something and try and play it slow and safe. Or could go the total opposite direction and lock in an Aurelia.
So this is what I was waiting for. I wasn't sure if we'd get the Aurelia. We've seen it coming through from Rich before, and this time going up against the Graves, I'm excited to see if Rich is going to be able to pop off. A lot of pressure going to be coming through from V5 towards this top half of the map though. Rookie with the Rise, Rich on the Aurelia. You're going to be playing for sides, so trying to set it up, but Rookie takes the Rise, and Xiaohu goes towards the Vex. Xiaohu is the best Vex that we have in the LPL right now, and this is setting up to be another banger munch.
It certainly is. Plenty of mobility on the side of V5 for Xiaohu to get a lot of value out of his passive as well. But I'm seeing very stressed faces on the RNG players while Xiaohu's discussing what to play. It felt, I could feel the pressure emanating through the screen. I can feel how much is on his shoulders right now, because RNG 1-0 down and so close to turning that game around. But even if they got the win there, I don't think it'd be a win that they were happy with, right? They lost control of that game. Ultimately, that was a V5 game from the start to the finish. Now, RNG back to the drawing board, and I think RNG, a team that most people would have expected to be favorites coming in today, now they need to prove that once more. One thing I will say, V5, they've gone to 3 games every single series so far this split. So if that's going to continue, RNG's looking good.
Yeah, the V3 is real. Always going to those 3-game series. But we'll have to see. Honestly, with this composition, V5, if they can get the ball rolling early, it's looking pretty good. RNG, though, we just saw what Gala can do in the late game. Xiaohu has been so good on Vex and setting up these fights, and those dives alongside the Hecarim are going to be really hard for V5 to deal with if this game starts to go awry.
See if it can work out for RNG, if they can find themselves the advantages, or whether V5 going to take control once more. The early game in game number 1 was so close, so back and forth, so many different windows of opportunity, right? We saw V5 taking advantages in the top side, and in the meantime, RNG took control of the bottom half of the map. We'll see whether we get a similar split this time around, but PP God waiting in the brush. As Ming walks forward, he's going to spot him. Doesn't go for the anchor, just drops a wall.
So just trying to get vision on where Karsa is starting. And this is one of the things for Wave, right? Like, He will clear faster than Karsa, but Karsa in basically both mid and top should have at least a stronger time in like setting up for plays and executing on towards both Bin and Xiaohu. So definitely want to make sure that you're cognizant of where Karsa is at all points in time. And with him not being spotted on the red, you know that he's going up towards this top side. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Karsa double back on himself off of the path, like do blue, Gromp, red, Raptors, Wolves, and then try and make a play towards one of these solo lanes.
Yeah, and one thing I do want to just say, this is not really an analytical point necessarily. We've got Karsa's Lee Sin again. Karsa's so good. He has an insane win rate over his career on this pick. But also, it's just so much fun to watch Karsa play Lee Sin. I'm not going to try and get into the topic of best Lee Sin because I think that's such a difficult conversation to have. We have so many great Lee Sins in this league. But certainly my favorite Lee Sin is Karsa because he's just so consistently clean.
There's not many people that draw 83% of bans towards the Lee Sin, right? Like, and this was, I believe, like 90-something% up until their last series, where Karsa got the Lee Sin and then won with it because he was an absolute monster linking up with it. So I definitely think respect is due on this pick, and I'm excited to see what his plan is as we work through. Isn't going for that kind of like sweeping back up towards top side as Hook spots in.
That was a very long range hook from Ming. If I was Photic, I'd be a little mad about that one, but PP God takes basically his whole health bar as punishment. And again, we keep on seeing this bottom lanes playing a little too greedily, not necessarily respecting the level 2.
And just getting punished there. And as well, like, there's again this game of like cat and mouse essentially going on with the rune choices in that bot lane as well, right? So Ming going with the aftershock because he knows that he's going to try and like basically tank the Zenith Blade, throw out the hook and move away. But because you've got the Glacial Augment now on PP God's side, if PP God is starting off the play, it means that he can actually get the Glacial Augment, close the gap onto Ming, and they can follow up to actually finish off and kind of set up a bit better. So there's a lot of back and forth and mind games involved in that, but Ming getting the roam mid.
Karsa managed to sneak into the brush and Ming now moves over. Looks like Karsa won't be able to do anything. Q onto the minion, has to ward hop to get over and steals a bonus minion with the smite as well, just as a little extra. And Rookie now gets to trade onto Xiaohu. I thought Karsa was going to be the one with the opportunity there, but Ming with a great roam.
Yeah, nice roam, nice realization as to the Karsa was going to be. We talked about, look, Karsa started topside. They knew it on RNG's side, so Ming just there to protect the mid laner and just about catching out Karsa as he goes. Now that gives momentary pressure for Bin in this topside as well to push in. You're going to see Ming moving back to this bot lane to keep his AD carry safe.
Yeah, Ming will return back to that bottom lane. Make sure no dives can happen. Make sure nothing of that sort. As PP God will stun away the crab, get rid of the shield, so Karsa can move over to that if he wants to. But he wants a bit of revenge for what happened mid. The Sonic Wave has landed, and that's first blood for Karsa.
And the easy setup, and this is what we talked about, right? The mid jungle for V5 is going to be so strong in this game because you've got that easy point and click CC to set up. And now Rookie push in, get a reset, and be able to kind of keep this wave in his favor as he starts to look towards that level 6 and potential roam up towards Rich and punish Bin for these pushes that he's going for in the top lane.
And once again, we see Rookie so happy to pull the trigger on flashing forwards, right? Again, Xiaohu dies. With his flash available, he never got a chance to use the flash. Rookie gets the Rune Prism in, and it means that Karsa can land the Sonic Wave. So even if Xiaohu flashes, you know he's going to die anyway. So really nicely played by this squad of V5. So Rich really feeling the pressure up in this top side. Bin getting massive damage down, but Rich will survive. He'll walk away with his life, but he's not having a fun time.
Yeah, and he's actually going to cause himself a bit of a freeze here. So wanted to reset to get the TP, which I'm assuming is the setup for Rookie coming off of this like push that he's about to get in mid. So they can look for that level 6 play top. But now it's actually giving Bin a bit of a freeze. So you're going to have to wait in time for Rookie before he can really get up towards that top side. Wait here as well in case anything happens. But we'll have to see if V5 now can find a little bit of an inkling in towards this top side.
To have a look, it's going to be way up on that top side for the time being. Karsa over on his Wolves. Maybe a chance onto Rich, but flash available for Rich. I'm trying to figure out how many minions it'll take for him to get level 6. He's very close. And Aurelia at level 6, not something you really want to step into a 2v2 against, especially if Karsa's nearby. So
looks like nothing going to happen in that top lane, at least for the time being. And we need to start talking about neutral objectives a little bit here, because Drake coming up, in fact, Drake is on the map already. Herald coming up in a couple of minutes as well. Does feel like there's potential opportunities on either side.
Yeah, I mean, it is a Cloud Dragon to start things off, so by default, most teams won't be really eyeing that up. I think Rift Herald is going to be the big one. And at least when you look at like who's got control, Gala did get a quick reset in to get his coal completed, so he'll try and shove this wave in to get a reset, but it does mean just off of the back that Photic and PP got out, they should have control of bot to try and move in towards one of these objectives. That's why you're looking at Wei, trying to see if you can get on towards Rookie in the mid lane. Unfortunately, not able to find it, and that means that you've still got the full force of V5 on the map for a Rift Herald play.
Still playing so aggressively in this mid lane. Wei just around the corner, but not level 6 just yet, so can't ult into that lane. Can't necessarily just brute force the play onto Rookie, who's now hit level 7 already. He's had more than a level a minute this game so far, as the Drake going to be taken by V5. Easy control there with the resets coming out on the bottom side from Gala and Ming. Now, potentially up towards that top side as well, as Wei already here. Rich is going to get caught. That's a stun down onto Wei. Rich in a 2v1, but Rookie's moving over, and Rich has got big damage on towards Wei here. Rookie finishes it off with the Flux, and now been left alone. Has his flash, or in fact has used his flash, and Rookie trying to chase this kill down. 1 or 2 more hits. Won't find the gap.
And that's it. Rookie, there was the realm warp that he wanted, able to cheat up towards that top side. And Rich, with so much damage on this Aurelia, just turns onto Wei, hasn't got the tanky stats yet on the Hecarim, and he just gets bodied by the V5 solo laners.
Absolutely gorgeous from Rich as well. And we keep on saying this is the player that will give you all or nothing. Rich either dominates or gets dominated. And so far this game, it's looking pretty good now. 500 gold lead. Look at PP God and Karsa hiding in a brush, just praying Wei will face check.
Yeah, Rich is the living embodiment of the rich get richer in, you know, actual form. As sometimes you get plays like this and he looks absolutely insane, right? Like, manages to get several of those Qs off, so he's getting a ton of healing back, flashes away, Bin can't really do anything. And now you've got the Blade of the Rune King coming through very quickly. A nice CS lead opening up for himself as well, as it's actually Bin pushing in the wave. And Photic, he knows something's amiss here. Trying to see if he can spot out Ming.
Okay, dived here. Ming trying to move his way under the tower, but not going to do it for the time being. Karsa moves in, saves his AD carry's life. Photic just going to be far away. Underneath that tower, cull almost complete as well. 40 CS left before Gala finishes that cull. So trying to accelerate that Jinx towards the late game as fast as possible. But it doesn't feel like this composition from RNG is as late game focused as what we saw in game number 1 of the series. That was close, and it's PP got to be hooked instead of Photic here. Actually, Ignite and Ulti going to be used by Ming. What's PP got? I think maybe a little overzealous on this one.
I think it's just RNG going, look, we're giving up on the Rift Herald. Like, we do not care about going for that fight. So realistically, having that doesn't matter. But Photic!
Oh, that was a bit of a blunder. Steps way too far forwards. Now both players on low HP. Wei in the tri-brush. He's now been spotted. Photic and PP God just have to back away. There is no contest available. Rookie's here. Karsa's still on that top side, going for the Herald, remember. So there's never going to be a numbers advantage for V5 on this play. But Gala on the Jinx, he can happily just wail away on this tower.
Yeah, already though, you can see that the turret plate's not looking so pretty in that top side, as Rich has been able to get a bunch of them. So it means that once you get this Rift Tower for Karsa, you're going to be able to answer for a lot of this. But Photic and PP God losing a good amount of that experience in CS by being zoned away.
And the ward goes down in the tri-brush, so full vision for the side of V5. And Wei has spent a long time just sitting in this tri-brush, basically, not able to get much going for himself, looking for the dive, but ultimately not going to find it. That final plate does go down, so that's 3 plates for Gala, and I believe all 3 were solo as well, so you can see a bit of a gap in gold building between the 2 AD carries, not to mention 20 stacks now on that call. That'll be another bit of extra gold for him. As Rich, his Q leaves the caster minion on 1 HP, and so it doesn't reset. That feels real bad.
The big news, though, is that you take that lead in the bot side and you double it for Rich in the top lane, right? He is so far ahead of Bin right now. And when we're looking at, hey, the opportunity for V5 to play through solo lanes, play through sides, this big gold lead for the Aurelia is going to turn into a lot more. Not even the fact that we talked about Rookie. who's just going to have more impact on the side lane against Xiao, who can push just as well, but have more impact too. So for V5, getting the Rift Herald, getting these towers down, opens up Rookie and opens up the opportunity for them to continue pushing towards their comp strengths.
And it feels like when we talk about comp strengths, right, V5 have a lot of mid-game power. Irelia going to be absolutely huge in hitting fights. Rookie was looking for an interesting play. Flash is really nice. And with PP got there, he's still basically full health. I can't believe how healthy he is getting away from that play. As Rich will use that Blade Surge to get out in the top side as well. I'm honestly amazed that wasn't more up in... Rich, calm, man, calm. I wasn't sure. I thought he was going to go down there. I thought Wei would just blast the ulti out straight away, but Rich able to get back to the minion wave. Yeah, I feel like V5 solo laners here playing with fire with some of this position.
Well, we highlighted at the start of the day that we thought that maybe this top lane would be an issue. It's not. It's, well, Rookie diffing Xiaohu, who we thought was going to be an absolute menace in this mid lane. Rookie picking up the solo queues in game one. Bit closer this game, but now you've got Rich, who's in command of the top lane. And with all that said and done, Karsa pops the Rift Herald bot to get Photic back in shape as well. So this is now turning once more into V5 dominating RNG in the early stages.
This is the second game in a row as well where we see the Herald in this bottom side that just charges on through, gets extra bonus damage onto the tier 2. Xiaohu arrives to stop that tier 2 go down. Photic does need to back away from this one. Drake being taken in the meantime. And I feel like this was all V5 going bait and switch. Look Rich, look Juicy at the top side. Try and make Wei look like he can go for a kill. I'm going to sneak bot and drop a Herald just while nobody's looking. Photic away on the side. They want to try and contest this blue with Sonic Wave in, but a good smite from Wei. He grabs the blue for himself.
And it feels like Wei just hasn't been able to keep track of.
Oh no, Rookie doesn't have flash. He's going to be feared. He's going to be locked up and surely goes down. Realm Warp nearly channeled in time, but will not happen. Rookie finally falls.
That's a big mistake, though, because look at the amount of members for RNG that are mid. They can push in this wave, actually look to try and get, if not more plates, because they've got a minute left on that, the whole turret, to be honest. And Rookie not up for 10 seconds, still no TP. They're going to get more going into Gala. And we saw last game that Gala was the real crux of the issue for V5. This time, with V5 having maybe ways to play around him, it won't be that big of an issue, but you still got to be careful as we look into this replay. I mean, just bad pathing. Like, you know that Ming and Gal are there, you just saw them, and there's nowhere for you to run as you just have the Hecarim come across and cut you off.
Yeah, really good stuff coming out from RNG, and crucial that they're able to find these punishes, right? I think that's the key thing is there's a lot of teams that when they fall behind a team like V5, they'll start to kind of just go, okay, we've got scaling in the Jinx, let's just farm, let's just play it safe. But RNG don't do that. RNG keep active, they keep making plays, they keep looking for opportunities. And I have to say, Wei this series, he's been so proactive. It's been so much fun watching how he just wants to be everywhere on the map. Rich blocking a lot of damage here. He's going to finish the tower off, but he's low on HP. Flash away from Xiaohu. Rich is actually going to get the solo kill onto Xiaohu. I cannot believe he pulled that one off.
Wait
the
a sec.
light still come
Wait
out.
a sec.
No way does he 2v1. Wei cuts him down in the end, but my God, Rich is making a statement.
And this is what we were talking about for V5. The ability to have Rich power through side lanes is going to be a major issue for RNG to deal with. Xiaohu can't manage. Bin can't manage because he's 2,000 gold behind his top lane counterpart, and he's about to get ganked once more.
Rich is huge in this game, and it's not just between the top laners. Look at the difference between Rich and Xiaohu, Rich and Wei. It's only Gala that's even remotely close, and let's be honest, Gala ain't 1v1 in an Aurelia anytime
Not
soon.
even close.
So Rich is unstoppable in this side lane, and that's such great news for V5 because it gives them so much freedom around the map to play for these objectives and play this side lane game.
And this was something that Xiaohu opted in for, right? Got the fear, thought he could do it, and even underneath the tower, Rich just doesn't care. Yes, you dodged the sun from Xiaohu, but because you've already been hit by the Vanguard's Edge, he's got the follow-up with the Blade Surge. Is able to finish off Wei even here. Struggling a little bit, was 3 levels down. The healing from the Blade of the Rune King doing work, but eventually takes down Rich. And I don't know, for V5, this is looking like they might break the curse. This is a strong performance in game number 2.
I mean, if there's ever a time to stop going to 3 games and find a way to just finish in style, it's against RNG. It's against one of the top teams in the league. Everfrost comes in as Karsa goes for the dive, kicks Bin away from the tower. But Bin with a nice little bit of fancy footwork, couple of dodges, keep himself safe.
Rich finds way. Is thinking about eyeing it up. There's no tower involved this time around, so maybe Rich could get it, but Vanguard's age only just coming off cooldown now, so just flies the back way. Karsa, though, will still get the Rift Herald. RNG trying to move in, trade this topside pressure for the bot side, but Dragon in a minute. 2 already gone the way of V5. V5 could just dip on the Baron, or sorry, on the Dragon Call, use the vision they've established on the top side to fish for tier 2s, especially with Rift Herald. They could take an inhibitor turret off of this push and top if RNG aren't careful.
Certainly try. RNG going to reset on this bottom side, though. Rejoin the rest of the team. 50 seconds until an Ocean Drake comes onto the map. And we've not really talked about Soul so far this game, but an Ocean Soul on a rise that builds only defensive items, that sounds pretty good to me. And if you thought Aurelia had sustain already, you don't want to see this. So you just know that V5 are going to make a beeline. You can see them already on the minimap making their way towards this bottom half. Dagdet, this has got to be a 5v5.
I really don't want to, though. I think V5 just don't contest. Like, try and play through top, but Rich is pretty far away from being able to set up that wave, so they may be forced to take the fight. They don't really have the option to try and go for the cross map with the late resets that V5 went for.
Alright, well, Karsa does have that Herald if they want to slam that mid. They are going to drop it just to try and find priority in the mid lane, but RNG already in the pit here and a TP from Rich. V5 are going to go for this fight. They want to take control of the Drakes. They want to have that potential win condition of the Dragon Soul. Herald pushed in the mid lane now. That'll be a potential tier 1 if nobody answers from the side of RNG, but RNG are preoccupied. They've got a Dragon on their mind right now. Karsa can look for the steal as Rich goes to the flank. There's a camera in the way. I can't see what's happening, and Karsa goes down. Drake taken by RNG, and now looking for a fight as well. Rich on the backline gets onto Gala, but he cues the wrong way. Gala now surviving. Solar Flare, though, as Rookie jumps forward and finishes the kill. Double for Rookie, and 1 for Photic as a cherry on top.
And they're still going. Bin's gone the wrong way. He's run straight into Photic as the rest of V5 have cut them off.
The lasers coming on through, and Photic moving at the speed of light. Another kill for Photic, 2 for each of the carries. And now moving into the mid lane with a wave. Way will be there to stop it. But ultimately, RNG got the Drake.
RNG got the Drake, but the towers are going in V5's favor. A split push cop loves having less towers. The gold is going in V5's favor. Want to play side lanes? More gold is going to be great. This is exactly what V5 wanted. And the only crux of V5's problem was Rookie wasn't big enough. He just got 2 kills off this. And look, the engage from Ming onto Karsa, wonderful. Does get you the Dragon. But now, you've got this great flank coming through from Rich onto Bin and Gala, so they're in a ton of trouble. Gala's to flash away, doesn't have the damage to follow up. Photic is a menace right now. We haven't really talked about him because of the fact that it's been a focus on the solo lane for V5, but he's so far in position with this Triforce, with the 2 half items, as he pointed out earlier on, already picked up, and he's just rinsing everyone that he comes in contact with on RNG side.
Yeah, and one of the important things as well about the 1 and 2 halves items, the way that you build the Zeri is you spike exceptionally hard when you double upgrade these items. And almost always we see in pro play, like, these items upgrade pretty much at the same time. And so you go from kind of fine normal Zeri to suddenly Giga Zeri over in the space of a split second. So very difficult to deal with. Karsa going to be able to steal away this red buff as Wei moves in, but Karsa finishes it off, and there's a blast cone to get out to safety. V5 congregating around the Baron pit right now. It's up in 10 seconds time, but there's no way that they could just start this.
No, they're just trying to draw attention from RNG, right? Look at where Rookie is in the bot side. He's going to push in. Rich, nicely kind of like staying out of vision so that then Rookie can go for the push. And now the Rookie's gone out of vision, Rich can hop back up to this top side and start shoving the wave. It makes it really difficult for RNG to try and collapse onto V5 because you don't know where Rookie is. Like, Rookie could be situated with the rest of the team. Has he backed off from that side lane? Can we try and commit a numbers advantage to the push on top side?
Xiaohu spots Rich on the sweeper, but still stunned. Oh, that fear is crucial. That fear kept Xiaohu alive, because you just know Rich would have been happy to go for the all-in there. Way moving up to the top side as well. And once again, RNG moved to the top side. You see Rookie moving forward on that mini-map once more.
And it's the slow and steady here for V5. They'd love to get vision control on this top side so that then they can contest Baron. But unfortunately for them, it can actually be a little bit tough. Although, as I say, that RNG giving them a ton of space. They really don't want to try and fight Photic in these jungle corridors. It's V5. But vision established. RNG will have to try and clear that out as Rookie onto the inhibitor. And there's not much that Bin can do when he's only got an item and a half.
And remember, they're playing towards the top side, so V5 still complete control in this top side jungle, and they can start to pressure on towards this tier 2 in the top lane as well. Photic now shoving the wave in even further, and slowly but surely, V5 are suffocating RNG. Doesn't feel like there's a way for RNG to get back onto the map.
No, and that's exactly how V5 need to do it, though. Don't try and rush it. Playing slow is the way forward. Ming now gonna get caught.
Oh, the anchor goes wide. The Sonic Wave not going to be able to work out, but Rich still finishes that kill off. A pick for V5, and a crucial one at that, because Baron still available. Vision control still in favor of V5. PP God just going to be clearing any more wards around. And Rookie has moved over. Rookie is not staying on that bottom side anymore. He's here to try and help with the Baron. This is going to be burned through pretty damn quickly. And wait, has the ultimate available. RNG have got to make a way of contesting this one, but Rookie in the brush. He's just going to root him up. Everfrost comes in. Rocket goes in, but that's too early. And now Wei has to go the long way around to try and get into this pit. Try and contest. PP God low on HP. Keep your eyes on Gala. Once again, it's always about Gala in these fights. Rookie getting chunked out, getting forced out, and Gala will find his first. Find the reset, and V5 bitten off more than they can chew. Chased down now by the Jinxes. I don't know why we're looking at Ming. Carson going to be forced away by RNG. And once again, they stop V5 in their tracks.
But they can turn on towards the Baron. They've got the full man outfit here. Rich has just picked up the Gore Drinker. Might look to TP back in. He is in the mid lane. But this might be gone, though, before V5 can move into contest RNG.
Try though, V5 here on the scene, 5k on the Baron. It's going to be a smite fight between Wei and Karsa, but it's just going to be a fight instead. RNG starting this one off, Bin the target here as Rich goes in the middle of everyone. Huge damage, but not enough for the time being. There's one down. Rich life stealing, double kill for Photic. How have they made that happen?
They are so big, it doesn't matter. The disadvantage means nothing. What Photic is shredding multiple people. The triple kill for Photic. Rich picks up one for himself as well. The double, even less. Full house. And you'll see it here. Ming gets the hook onto PP God, but that doesn't matter. Now watch Photic shredding Bin as he goes forward. And because everyone turns to deal with Rich, who's getting massive damage off, Photic is getting all that AoE shred off onto multiple members. The Runaan's Hurricane that he picked up just before this fight kicked off, doing so much work for it.
Man, Zeri is not an AD carry. Zeri's a top laner. She just plays in the bottom lane. I'm telling you. When you look at these fights, the way that she works, like, she just dives in. The damage is crazy. And Photic, such a great pilot for the champion because his mechanics are so insane already. It just feels like a match made in heaven. And now with the Baron buff, V5 have an opportunity to break the curse. They have an opportunity to try and finish this series in 2 games. Every single series they've played this split has gone to the 3-game mark, but this time 9,000 gold up at 24.5 minutes into the game. Rookie pushing in this bottom lane with the Baron buff. We've seen this before, Dagda. RNG trying to defend their base.
Look at where Bin is, though. He's so far up. Rich is now going to go chase him down and see if he can pick him up with the engage.
I don't know how that hit Photic through the entire wave, but it's a perfect opportunity. I cannot believe it. RNG once again find a miracle, find a way. And Karsa somehow surviving against 4 people for so damn long. And a flash over the wall from Ming as well. That's going to be a slow coming out from the Zap. Ming wants a little bit more, but Rookie's got damage. And he'll keep PP God safe. His way moves on over. RNG aren't done just yet. They're trying to close the gap onto Rookie as well. With the Realm Walk coming on through. It's stopped by Ming. The hook comes on in. And Rookie now 1 versus 3, but he's damn tanky. Doesn't have the damage though. Gala gets another.
That is so good for V5 though. That's 3 of these Barons just gone off the board. PP got died in the last fight as well, so he never got the Baron buff. So Rich is the only one with Baron now up and available. We'll have to watch this again, because I was shocked that this actually managed to connect. So Photic, yeah, just takes that one step too far forward. Ming reads it beautifully. And with Photic caught up in the mess of RNG members, he falls so quickly. Rich also not able to get here without that teleport. So RNG, they've now got the numbers advantage, and the damage just isn't there for V5.
I love PP God just stood on that ward the entire time. He's just there for moral support. Just like cheering his teammates on over the wall. And V5 now, that's a really rough situation. We were just saying, you're 2-0 or you're 1-0 up, you're 9k gold up. This is the chance. They had the Baron, they had the pressure, they overstep, and it's Photic that gets caught. And that's uncharacteristic. Photic is not usually the one mispositioning. Usually, it's been pretty solid so far this year. It's now a pretty big mistake from him. It's not going to be the end of the world. Still a huge lead in favor of V5. They're still 6,000 gold up. That's a lot less than they were.
So V5 once more trying to get vision established in this top side. What they want to try and do is like get this vision control, push mid, group top, and see if they can get this tier 2 down. Because one of the big issues that they're having right now is not being able to completely sync their waves because of the tier 2 top, and RNG just trying to see if they can get at least a little bit of shallow vision to spot out when V5 are coming across. It's still going to be relatively hard for them to defend, as you can see Gala now in mid, and V5 are trying to make the play top.
Yeah, Carson makes an attempt onto Bin, just forces out the quick draw there. There's control ward in this brush though. The PP God does want to fight over. It's difficult though. Photic going to be able to help him from range. And crucially, V5 are happy to trade control wards in that kind of situation, because once again, it just pushes their vision line deeper. It stops RNG having any information. Obviously, Baron not up for another couple of minutes. Way having the freedom to go towards this bottom side and stop Rich pressuring too heavily.
Oh, this is getting tense again. This is getting back to what it felt like in the last game, right? You've got the opportunity for Rookie having that big impact in the early stages, now starting to kind of take a step back. Rich stepping up big on this Aurelia, but hasn't quite been able to find the side lane pressure that they wanted to. And look at the items that are coming through for Gala. 3 items now completed. Working up towards that, either the Infinity Edge or the GA. I'd imagine it would be the GA. You've got Vex, who's going to be completing her Void Staff very soon, with the Rabadon's Death Cap as well. Xiaohu kind of cheating out a lot of extra damage with that Death Cap coming through as well. So you have a ton of damage that can come through from the both mid and bot of RNG if they can find the correct fights. But that's about it. It's about finding fights where Rich can't get access to Gala, where Photic isn't just shredding you apart.
Asta trying to play Secret Agent once again, was waiting in the tri-brush in case Wei came over towards the Gromp. Won't find anything for the time being. They will find themselves a blue buff, but crucially, Dragon in 20 seconds. And this will be solved for V5. RNG, they have to contest Picasa. He's on a ward. He's been spotted. RNG have full information on this one. PP God hooked up on the front line. He's happy to tank, but he doesn't have a stopwatch. He's just one shot. Can't tank anything for the time being. Same for Wei, though. Casa gets a kick onto Gala as well. It's beautiful to witness. And now Photic can clean house. That's 3 for him. He'll go for Bin. That's 4. And the rest of the team surely gift over the kill as Xiaohu tries to survive, but the cleave through the chickens. It's a pentakill for Photic.
And right there, Photic stepping up. We said they needed the perfect fight. They needed to avoid Photic popping off. But Karsa, with the kick of the century, picks off the AD carry of RNG. And V5 now will manage to walk it through the base.
It's beautiful to see V5 break the curse. They finish a series in 2 games and against one of the favorites of the entire league. V5 put themselves on the map.
The curse is broken. That was insane from V5. So well orchestrated from start to finish. The early game going their way, getting full control over the map, making sure that they were able to have Rookie situate himself up towards those top sides. It was just getting Rich ahead that he could play through sides, beat out Bin. And then when they got to team fights, there was just no stopping them.
Absolutely beautiful. And Rich needs to be praised to the high heavens for this game. His Aurelia performance, so beautiful to see. And against Bin, against a player that is known for dominating lane. We highlighted these two at the start of the day saying, look, Bin is known to dominate lane. Rich needs to step up, and he absolutely has. His team giving him the picks that he needed to be able to influence this top lane. And when you set him up like this, Rich will take over.
And I love that we're starting to see answers to the Graves, right? Because Graves has been such a safe line pick. It's kind of annoying. But now you're starting to see the Tryndamere come in, the Gnar come in for Rich. The Aurelia this game popped off. And when we highlighted at the start of the day saying, look, Bin's been lane diffy. He's just been gapping so many of the opponents he goes up against, getting solo kills, coming out with these big gold leads with little to no jungle interaction. Then you come into Rich today and it's the complete opposite. Rich was the one that we thought had been struggling. He takes over. Yeah. Rookie, we also said, yes, you've got this insane strong mid jungle, but you're up against Xiaohu. How do you try and stop the guy that is just absolutely dominating that mid lane after returning from topside? And they obliterated it. They absolutely destroyed us.
Yeah, the question was, how do you stop the guy that went on, swapped to top lane, won MSI, did amazing at Worlds as well, like, comes back and suddenly starts dominating mid lane? Well, the answer is you solo kill him twice in the first game. That's what Rookie does to change things up. Rookie is a monster, and anyone that's saying that Rookie is having a bad year or that he's washed up or any of this nonsense can eat your words. Rookie is back.
Yeah, and this was a definitive game for him. The fact that he's able to come through... Oh, sorry, this was a pretty big series for him. The fact that he's able to come through in game number 1 with those solo kills. Now, again, we're kind of seeing that he's taken a step back in the mid to late portions of the game, but that's in this game specifically more so because he had to try and play side lanes and was trying to use the advantage that he had to push there. But you can see when we got towards team fights, right? Setting up really well with the ability to either get into position with the Realm Warp or just being able to lock people up with the Room Prison as well. Photic, I want to give a shout out to as well, because we kind of said at the start of the day, Photic and PP God have been looking pretty good, but sometimes they kind of overstep their mark in the lane phase. But Photic in these team fights, this Zeri was consistently doing so much work.
Yeah, Photic was especially that Baron fight, right? Yeah. Just charges forward, hitting 3 targets at once, just shredding health bars. And it's... I love watching Photic in these fights, whether it's Zeri, whichever AD carry it is. He is so confident in his play. He always positions so aggressively. I mean, we saw that in the base as well when he got hooked by Ming, right? He's always on that knife's edge. But when it works so beautifully. It feels like he's... I wouldn't say he's at Jaculov level of knife's edge, but he likes to play very, very close to the wire. And when he's ahead, he just completely takes over. It's so much fun to watch this guy team fight.
But just like that, we end up seeing that Victory 5 now joining the 6-1 club, right? Like, they're going to join Weibo, EDG, V5, RNG now going to 6-2. They're not going to be sitting quite as tidy as they were at the top of the table. So you're definitely going to have, like, pretty big implications. And you're looking going... I think for a lot of people, myself included, we're kind of looking like, hey, what do we expect from V5, right? Because you see them against a very weakened WE, 2-1. Rare Adam, not looking so hot, 2-1. Top Esports not looking so hot, 2-1. They lost to Weibo, 2-1. OMG, IG, 2-1. These were close series against teams that are not at the top of the table. But then they come out against RNG today, a clean 2-0. This feels like V5 have found their rhythm.
It really does. And crucially, that's going to bump them up to 3rd place. As you're saying, Weibo will be slightly ahead of them on game difference. LNG, obviously, still without a series loss, so they'll be sitting pretty at the top of the table. But both RNG and EDG now falling further down the table in 4th and 5th place. This is not the way many people expected the standings to be going. And that's not to mention teams like FBX, teams like BLG, that are falling further and further down. And again, we say this every split. There are so many good teams in the LPL that the top 6 is always going to be stacked. It's always going to be a fierce competition. And I'm glad to see EDG and RNG being challenged early on in the split.
It's also that every time after Chinese New Year, we see these teams really settle into themselves, right? Like, and that's what we're starting to see with V5. They took a little bit of time to get used to it, but now that they're back after Chinese New Year, they just took down RNG.
Beautiful stuff. And we're going to go have a word with the man of the hour himself. I'm going to kick it over to Wendy, who's going to have a chat with Rich.
Hello welcome to interview. And now we have invited Rich from Victory 5 together with us. So congratulations on this 2-0 victory. Get a win against RNG. So how do you feel at this moment? 안녕하세요. 먼저 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 2대0으로 승리를 가져오셨는데 소감부터 여쭤보겠습니다.
일단은 오늘 제 생일인데 생일날 이 RNG를 상대로 2대0 승리를 가져와서 진짜 너무 기쁜 것 같아요.
So because today is my birthday, and in my birthday I was able to get a win against RNG, so I'm super happy about this. And we would like to say happy birthday to you as well. So 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
So let's talk a bit more about today's game. So in game 1, it's a really intense matchup, and you guys were able to get a win through a backdoor. So tell us more about how's the short calls made around the backdoor, around the last backdoor scene. 네, 1세트 할 때 마지막 백도어를 하셨을 때 혹시 팀 내에서 어떤 컬을 하셨는지 여쭤보겠습니다.
일단은 한타가 좀 이제 힘든 구간이 와가지고 한타보다는 좀 헤카림이 숨어가지고 상대 그 넥서스에 와드를 박을 테니까 텔을 타서 끝내자는 얘기가 나왔던 것 같아요.
So I really feels like around the late game is a bit hard for us to win through the team fights. We feels like in the team fights it's become harder and harder for us to win. So we would like to just push the lane to get the nexus, to get the inhibitor, to get all the towers, to try to push the lane, and by this we were able to get the win for game 1. And yeah, definitely a gorgeous victory from you guys. And my next question is about game 2, the last penta kill from Zeri. So tell us more about what kind of communications made by you guys for this perfect penta highlight. And 2세트 할 때 마지막 제리의 펜타 장면은 엄청 인상적이었어요. 그때 팀 내에서 어떤 서투를 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 저도 좀 잘했는데 제리가 너무 다 제 그 지분을 가져간 것 같아가지고 좀 아쉬웠지만 그래도 워낙 잘하는 선수라서 펜타를 꼭 주고 싶었던 상황이었던 것 같아요.
So I feels like around there, because all of us just played so well, and also I believe that all the players they just would like to have a penta scene from there, and also it's a bit pity that we didn't manage to perform so good around there, but still we were able to get a penta for that part. And thank you for the sharing. And my very last question is now, Victory 5, you guys were able to on a winning streak. So do you feel nowadays the whole team really have a very good synergy, a very good coordination? What's your thoughts toward this? 이제 팀 내에서 사실 3연승을 가지고 있는데 혹시 팀 전체적으로 호흡이 잘 맞는다고 생각하시나요? 어떤 생각이 있으신지 여쭤보겠습니다.
일단 호흡 자체는 진짜 너무 좋고 저희 팀 선수들이 다 너무 착해가지고 제가 아직 중국어를 그렇게 잘하진 못하는데 말도 잘 걸어주고 또 감안해서 좀 쉽게 말해줘가지고 금방금방 친해질 수 있는 것 같습니다.
So I really feels like generally we have a very good synergy. All the teammates just perform so good. And for me, like my Chinese is not that good, but I'm still like learning and try to say more in the actual voice, in the actual fights. And we feels like we still like improving, and also have so many parts that we still wants to improve, and also we can do better. I feels like this is all I want to say for the synergy and for the synergy inside my whole team. So thank you for the sharing and congratulations again. 다시 한번 승리 축하드립니다.恭喜 생일快乐.
감사합니다.
And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thanks very much, Wendy and Rich as well. Fantastic to hear. I mean, once again, Wendy just smurfing with the Korean as well as the Chinese interviews. It's always impressive. But fantastic to hear from Rich as well off the back of such a commanding victory. And it's dawned on me that there's no way Rich gets the MVP, right? Because Fotic got a pentakill, and this is the LPL.
Yeah. But it's his birthday.
That's how MVPs
It's his
work.
birthday.
Oh, true. It's
Come
his
on.
birthday.
No!
Yeah, Fotic's the MVP. I'm telling you, mate. You got a pentakill.
We
It's
just
just
got
the way
him-
that it
we
is.
just
It's
got
just
it
the
in my
way that
ear.
it is.
Yeah,
You're playing any carry, you get the pentakill. Good job. I mean, to be fair, Fotic, absolutely amazing performance. I'm not trying to take away from Fotic. He had an amazing game for himself, but I feel like Rich deserved that one. Either way, 83% kill participation and the damage off the charts.
Yeah, and this Zeri was just insane. Not only in this game, in the last one as well. Like, his positioning was great. His chase down was awesome. His decision making was really strong as well. Like, you can see here with the positioning, right, that he's just constantly being able to get these zaps off over the wall. And even then, like his target selection and his ability to just go, right, how do I actually want to approach this? Because in just 2 seconds, he's just going to slide himself, oh, never mind, direct over the wall to pick someone off. And then this is where we got the pentakill as well. Like, playing so far forward, getting so much damage off this entire time. He's just shredding RNG every.
Yeah, that one wasn't the pentakill. It was just almost the pentakill. This one was the pentakill. Yeah. He just nearly got 2 in one game. That was all.
Yeah, it's not bad, you know. Yeah.
He's just having such a whale of a time as well. The way he's sprinting around the fight, happy to jump over the walls, happy to flash on forwards, and then this last one cleaves through the chickens to finish Xiaohu off. Like what a stylish fenter as well to finish the day out. Brilliant stuff coming out from Photic. And again, we said right at the start of the day, this is Ming and Gala. PP God and Photic are going to have their work cut out, but they have stepped up to the challenge every single time.
Yeah, and I'm really happy for like both of them, but especially Photic, right? Like we kind of saw him come in onto top esports in 2020, and he really didn't look ready for the big leagues, despite the fact that he had a lot of praise coming towards him from the LDL. When he got into top esports, it just wasn't coming together alongside Yu Yanja. This time around, though, we see him, and people had said coming in from the LDL, this guy's really stepped up. He's now head and shoulders above every other carry in the LDL. But now we're starting to see it at the LPL level as well, where this guy is just having magnificent performances.
Really, really great stuff from Photic. And honestly, now I know Rich can do that. I'm excited about V5. I was really nervous. Rich was, in my mind, the weak link for this squad. Rich has proven that he can be a terrifying top laner. So now it's like, okay, I can see V5 being a top team. Now that I've seen it work in every single lane, I can genuinely see this being a team that can contend for top 4, maybe even higher, depending on how everyone else does. Based on the recent performances from RNG and from EDG, there's certainly a lot more room for maneuver up at the top of the table. Let's take a look at our results as we round things out today, though, because we've had a very quick day, yeah. 2-2-0s in the end. Start off with Top Esports. I mean, that first game was remarkably quick. Top Esports just dismantling TT. But then the second series, we had the total opposite for game number 1, right? RNG refusing to go down, and then Carson with a huge backdoor. I mean, this second series was just a treat.
Yeah, the 45-minute plus game for game 1 that honestly felt like it was about 20 minutes long. It was so action-packed, so back and forth, and then just V5 being able to break the curse, cinch it in the end, and take that 2-0 in a very, very convincing fashion. I think a lot of people now are going to be looking at an exciting version of V5.
Yeah, definitely. You can see them all the way up to 3rd place in the standings. If you were a fan of V5 last year, you'll be very pleasantly surprised to see how V5 are doing this time around, because it does feel like they have a split on, a split off, a split on, a split off. And this is an on split, apparently. RNG and EDG 4th, 5th, and then BLG in 6th. And I would say most people coming into the split would have had those 3 teams as your top 3. So definitely a bit of a shake-up to start us all off. But it's all just 1 or 2 wins away from each other, right? Still plenty of room for this all to get shaken up. We're going to start off tomorrow, though, with Anyone's Legend up against LNG. Then we'll round things out with IG against BLG. 2 series for potential proving of potential. Great sentence there. AL and IG, if they can get a win in those series, they're looking fantastic.
Yeah, especially when Anyone's Legend really starting to step up to the plate. I mean, it's a daunting task to go against the undefeated LNG, but definitely going to be watching that series just to see if we can actually get the same sort of level that we're getting out of Anyone's Legend. And then IG as well, mixing things up with Zika. I'll have to see how they can perform against their counterparts.
Man, Zika has been an absolute monster, so I'm excited to see him going up against Breathe from BLG. You know that's going to be a spicy top lane. With that said, though, we're going to close out the day. I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Dagda. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys in Twitch chat tomorrow, but until then, we'll see you in Champs Select.